Unanzi. Grootman, Unanzi. Grootman, Unanzi. Grootman, Unanzi. Chop, 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 chop. Good man. Unanzi.
1 2 1 2.
Unanzi.
Confirmation 1 2.
Good man. Unanzi.
Good morning, colleagues. Shall we get started? So good morning. I hope you had a restful evening. Today is day 2, and this is where we focus on the design of the program. So my job here is just to recap. Jackie had done already an excellent job recapping some of the key takeaways yesterday. But what does that mean for today's framing and discussion? So yesterday, before we concluded in the evening, Max gave us 2 tasks. The first was take stock of what does Africa have, what does it not yet have, and what must be built. The second tasking was identify the gaps that offer programmatic opportunities for development actors. Looking at our notes, we see that we've answered both. What we have is a clear continental direction. We have the AMV, AGMS, AFCFTA, we have an abundance of stakeholders, and we have the minerals and the human capital, and the people. But what we do not yet have is an implementation that keeps pace with the strategy. And the connective architecture that works across institutions, that helps systems to optimize endowments and pathways that turn mineral wealth into livelihoods. Now, what must be built, and Max, to quote you, the gap is this connective tissue. So what we want to try and do today is to frame the program around what are some of our common pain points that we have. And if we can have a consensus around that, we can also then have a consensus on the how we go forward. So a few things that stood out and I think will be carried on what we are seeing in today's discussion. The first is around the definition. Jackie spoke about critical by Africa for Africa. So now as we think about the discussion today, we should also think about that specifically. What does that mean for Africa, by Africa? What are some of those critical minerals? Marit spoke at length that in the existing documents, we have already listed them, right? And so, for instance, aluminium is critical to us, but may not be critical to others. So we should also think, what does that mean in terms of when we're looking at programmatic regional corridors and opportunities? The second is around the scope. I think what's been very clear is that through this developmental lens that we're adopting, it benefits us by looking at all sectors. And so, for instance, if minerals can accelerate development, how does this then connect to jobs, energy access, industrialization, climate, skills, governance, regional integration? And this is where UNDP has an advantage point because we work in our various country offices across these different sectors. So it's really connecting the two. The third is around the governance and the convening. What Jide named was that there's a cross-cutting variable here that we need to have mandated in our governance work. So here, when we talk about it, and we're looking at what are some of the pain points and what we can do, if the role of UNDP is to support this conductor approach that we spoke about yesterday, is it to support around learning? Is it to support around negotiations? Is it to facilitate partnerships? Is it to complement existing facilities? How do we utilize and leverage our country office presence? And how do we also ensure equity and inclusion is built from the start and safeguarding? Because we want to ensure that inclusion is at the heart of it and in the principles of leaving no one behind. Then fourth, financing or capital, shall we say. We spoke at length yesterday about catalytic financing, blended financing. I also see that Mukuru has also started to really look through the various different options. So it would be great to really unpack that more concretely. We talk about bankable proposals. Kosi, you talked about having this regional compact. I think it would be good to flesh this out in greater detail. What does this mean? So they're no longer abstract, but practical implementation. So what do we look to achieve today? So we have 4 sessions. Marit will be moderating the first, which is around the African Development Offer. So what we hope to see from this session is, one, it would be great to hear from some of the takeaways from the ARFSD session that had a big segment around this. So we're really connecting some of the various conversations that are being had. We also should look at specific countries, value chain corridors, and regional actors. We speak extensively about the Lobito corridor, but I think yesterday what became clear is that in these Lobito corridors, we're not really seeing this investment on the ground. How has this converted, and what are some of these other corridors that we're focusing on. In the second session, we'll hear from Komi. Here, we're going to be looking at the programmatic offer and UNDP's value add, specifically around value proposition around existing frameworks, the AFCFTA. What could be the role of AFCFTA? What could be the role of working across regional to country? And then in the afternoon, we'll be really focusing on honing in on the takeaways and expected outcomes from the session. We want a demand-driven offer, but what is emerging? What are some of those pain points, and what are we doing to develop our programmings going forward? And then we don't want to conclude without having a very clear roadmap on where are we going from here. I think we've heard that there's various different initiatives. We know that there are specific ongoing efforts, but being able to take stock of all the different actors and ensuring that we have this integrated approach and remove fragmentation as we go forward in our roadmap will be very critical. I do want to point out one gap, though, that I did not hear very much featured in our conversations. We spoke a lot about the youth dividends, and we talked about the human capital and the skill base needed. But we did not hear enough about the mineral wealth that converts into jobs and livelihoods. What does that look like? And we have people from the country offices. Are there examples where this has converted into livelihood opportunities? How are we capitalizing on our youth dividends? I think we need to also factor that in. I don't think we'll have all the answers today, but I think given it's very much an advantage from an Africa context perspective, how are we factoring that into our programming, right? And of course, translating this into practicality. So we have a big task ahead of us, but I think it's evident from yesterday's conversation that we have the right expertise in the room to really drive this forward. And so without further ado, and without any protocols needing excellencies being observed, we can go straight into the first session, and I'll hand over to Marit, who will be moderating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatima, for the great opening, and I have to also congratulate Jacqueline from yesterday's very good. It's not easy to come up with in a very short time, but you managed to capture. So thank you so much. So today's session is, as Fatima was saying, we have to get more practical. So we try to have some kind of practical recommendations here. The session is the African Development Offer, Regional Architecture, Value Chain Corridors, and Country Anchors. And in this panel, I will have Mukululi Nkube, Ms. Chali, Zelisho, Joseph Ezua, Hope, and Nokutula Mene. So I have like 5 panelists. No? Okay. It's in the program. I'm just following the program. You're okay. You're not in the she's not okay. It's in the program. Okay. So I have 4 panelists. And so when I read the thing, I was saying regional architecture, value chain corridors, country anchors. So it's both continental, then value chain can be regional, and then we go specific to countries. So really, as Fatima summarized, we have to really think through how we can go in practice. Like, can Africa really transform mineral wealth into structural transformation, industrialization, decent jobs, energy access, technological capability, and long-term prosperity? That's what we are aiming to go with this. So I was thinking about what can African development offer look like? What countries can serve as strategic anchors, as the question was asked? Which mineral corridors are commercially and developmentally viable? We have to be practical here, not just throw things. How do we connect mining to infrastructure, power logistics, manufacturing, and value chains, and skills as well? And how can regional cooperation strengthen Africa's not just industrial ecosystem, but also their bargaining power and move up the value chain in the global supply chain? So, and also think about, as I was telling Fatima that UNECA, we just commissioned a study on viable mineral corridors in Africa, on mineral corridors. We still don't have that study, but it's good that we think about these corridors. Everybody talks about the Lobito corridor, which is good because it is one of the viable corridors because there's a lot of investment, there's rail, there's infrastructure, but it's not the only one. But anyway, I have my job is to moderate, so I hope that we can get to some practical corridors thinking and architecture. So I'll start with Mukululi. So, the regional architecture, since you are sitting at the African Union at that continental level, what does it look like from your perspective? Of course, we have the Africa Mining Vision, the Africa Green Mineral Strategy, but what would be the guiding principle or the guiding for regional value chain architecture from that point of view? But you can also talk about other corridors that you have in mind. So I'll give you the floor.
I'm not sure how many minutes I have, but I'll try to be brief.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'll speak since we're going practical, I'll speak from what I've gone through the past 2 years. So I've tried to I literally put up a mind map that was a result of me putting together a presentation that I'll make to the DMCC tomorrow. The DMCC is the Dubai Minerals and Commodities Center or something like that. But that is the biggest buyer of African gold right now. They have asked me to give them a presentation on Amrek Park. Now, if Dubai is asking for a presentation on Amrek Park and our member states are not implementing Amrek Park, this is going to be a big challenge in terms of practical implementation because it's once again going to become someone else being ahead of us when we start setting up these things based on our own standards. So it's an issue of we need to take our own standards seriously because other people are beginning, or other jurisdictions are beginning to take our standards seriously. So in the past 2 years, I have been clamoring on Amrek Park, and I've put up that mind map. I have made a presentation on the AMV implementation tools to ETIM, to meetings that are in ETIM, to meetings that are in infrastructure and energy, to meetings that are with PAPS, with meetings that are HHS, meetings that are with ARBE. Those are the 6 commissioners of the whole AU, right? So the idea is whatever we are going to do, if we always realize that at the end of the day, if AUC, AMDC, AUDA-NEPAD, UNDP, and UNECA have an offering on the ground, whether it's going to be engaging with member states, engaging with corridor initiatives, engaging with intergovernmental organizations like the International Conference of the Great Lakes Region, if we are doing it from a position of we all know what we are all doing and we are doing it together and we are jointly implementing it together, then when you talk about corridors, you know that on the ground training for people who want to understand Amrek Park is there within the corridors that you're dealing with. I find it interesting that we have a corridor that is going to be supported or initiated by Aliko Dangote single-handedly, and it's going to follow an oil and gas pipeline refinery which he's setting up, and it also includes a fertilizer entity. He literally took the AGMS. I do not know who is advising him, but he literally took the AGMS and is putting it into action by creating a whole corridor. Of course, he has created a challenge because he says the refinery is going to be in Tanzania, and he has not spoken to the head of state of Tanzania. And that was he was in the midst of another head of state for Kenya and another head of state for Uganda. For those who follow this conversation, it was an embarrassing situation, but they're sorting it out. The bottom line is, whatever we are going to do, if we do not take into account the realities that are going ahead of us, we will then become preachers to people who have decided to understand the Bible in their own way. Right? Some will have read the Bible on the Old Testament only, and they are preaching the gospel of an eye for an eye, when we all know that it is now, you slap me on the left cheek, I can take another slap on the right, but for the purposes of progress. So now you have intergovernmental organizations, you have initiatives, you have civil society, you have private sector. All those players are going to be in there, and that is the framework that I'm thinking of. So in terms of on-the-ground implementation, that right there.
Can come. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. The point is well taken that we have frameworks at Africa level that we're not readily using. There's a lag. Even the Africa Mining Vision, I recall, took a while to be uptaken by the African Union or the African. So there's a gap, a lag, let's just put it this way. So hopefully the Africa Green Mineral Strategy will also be taken up, because Muku was saying Amrek Park is by Dubai people. Africa Green Mineral Strategy, the whole interest is from outsiders, interestingly. The EU, the US, etc. I get so many, they even like have summary of summary and things like that, but I don't see the same from our African constituency. And this Amrek Park is another one. It's a classification. I don't think you mentioned that. It's a resource classification, and you can leverage that in the capital markets. It's like an asset-backed kind of, but it needs to be. It's a very good tool that also needs to be, socialized by Africans themselves. But that's another story for another day. But so. Going now granular, and I'm turning to you, Charlie. Zambia has always been central in this value chain discussions because of copper, the potential it has with the DRC, and for a lot of other reasons. It is central to copper and battery value chain discussions. What lessons are emerging from Zambia's experience regarding regional cooperation, value addition, industrial policy alignment, and how do you see it positioning in this value chain discussion on minerals?
Thank you very much. I think for a long time, I think Zambia was known as landlocked, but I think we've changed the narrative, and I think Zambia is being positioned as a land-linked country for the same reasons that you've raised in terms of our positioning and accessibility, as well as being a conduit for other countries in terms of trade and transportation. In terms of lessons learned, I think for Zambia we've seen a number of inter-country connectivity routes that have passed through Zambia. For instance, we have the Nakala corridor that has been a good trading route. We had the Tazara railway line, and now we have the Lobito corridor. And I think in the space of critical minerals, this calls for collaboration between Zambia, DRC, and also Angola. And of course, like you rightly said, I think for Zambia, we are Africa's second largest producer of copper. We also have lithium, nickel, and cobalt. And our development or initiative to get into a partnership for transportation such as the Liberator Corridor is quite timely. But not only for the case of transport, I think what we have learned over the years was that these corridors should be seen beyond just being access routes for trade, but also how can these corridors be used as catalysts for instance, like we've had job creation. How can they be used as catalysts for industrialization? How can they be used as catalysts for other sectors such as agriculture? How can they be used as catalysts for skills building, for employment creation? So we are looking at our positioning, of course, as a country, also as a logistics and processing hub. And I think the long-term view and vision is to really become a regional logistics hub. And like I said, the The Lobito corridor, which is, I think, one of the issues that is on the table now, is of priority as an avenue, not just for transportation of critical minerals, but also how can it be used to industrialize the country. The issues of jobs for the youth is very critical, and I think that is something that is very high on the agenda. Other aspects for it, of course, what we have learned is issues around community engagement. I think what we've learned over the years was that sometimes we have these heavy investments and a lot of initiatives that really leave behind the local communities in terms of beneficiation. So how can we really bring communities on board and ensure that there's access to justice? For instance, where communities that have lived in those locations need to be relocated, what kind of access for justice and compensation is available for them? Skills development is very critical. How do we position communities along those corridors to ensure that they are then able to provide the necessary skills? Innovation is also an important aspect that we have learned. How do we then ensure that beyond just the skills development, we have innovations and technologies that are fit for purpose and are able to add to the innovation ecosystem in our countries? Trade facilitation is good, but we've also noted in terms of regional integration, I think we did touch on this a little bit, where we have trade regimes and trade rules that are actually not aligned on the two borders. So how do we also ensure that even as we put in these corridors, we have all those trade facilitation rules and regulations that are aligned on both aspects? So to conclude, I think just to say that I think what we've learned is that these corridors can also be used for industrialization, value addition, and also what are some of the resulting benefits that will come, especially from the agriculture sector. For instance, beyond just being a transport corridor, agriculture value chains are very critical, and I think this is something that needs a lot of investment and positioning to benefit from the investments in these transport corridors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you made the point very clear. Almost it doesn't matter which corridor, because there's Tazara, there's Lobito, etc. But we have to make sure that it's about the people, right? Whether it's through industrialization, community beneficiation, community benefit sharing, and skills transfer and jobs. It has to be about the people. I think that's a good point to start. And it's also about the framing on where UNDP can have its impact, because these are the areas I think UNDP has a forte. I don't want to call them soft, but it's not the hard infrastructure per se, the railways and the railroads, etc., but those ones, that the skills, the jobs, and making sure that communities are benefiting, etc., and making sure that these corridors mean something for the people. It's not just for raw materials being exported out, basically. They are catalysts. I like the word that you say, catalysts for the transformation that we want. So the point is very clear. Now I turn to Hope from Ugandan's perspective. East Africa is also another regional area that most people do not really think about when we talk about critical minerals, but it's upcoming. And I know that there's nickel somewhere in Uganda, or we've seen, like I said, we've not really mapped everything, but there are some things coming up. Tanzania has graphite, Uganda has nickel and some rare earth as well. And so from and I'm trying to make it regional, of course country, but also think about the region. So Uganda is increasingly positioning itself within the regional energy and mineral ecosystem. So what role can smaller or emerging mineral economies play within regional value chains corridors, in your opinion?
Thank you so much. Good point to start on, because one aspect is that this kind of program has to be context specific For instance, Uganda does have a very explicit mineral export ban, where we have national guidance in terms of policy, the law that no unprocessed ores are to be exported. So what has that created? It has created a lot of opportunities for local value addition to minerals to the extent that is scientifically feasible within the energy infrastructure of those countries. So for Uganda, for instance, Uganda is working a lot with Tanzania to really add value to tin. So you have actually ore from Tanzania being processed in Uganda, and then tin is exported, outward. So first of all, this kind of context is very alive for Uganda, and I've seen a lot of investments that are being made to really facilitate regional trade in minerals. Another initiative, for instance, is the mineral market, which are physical spaces where people can, artisanal and small-scale miners are able to take their minerals for aggregation, for testing, and for onward trade. And these mineral markets are both within Uganda and Tanzania. And actually, UNDP Uganda is working to deliver a digital mineral market for the region to also enable that cross-border trade. So these kinds of initiatives are critical to really position such countries as Uganda in these mineral corridors. I think the opportunity also, or the gap in the same way, is around the local private sector. There is little galvanization of the local private sector around these opportunities, especially when you look at financing, collaboration, technical exchange, equipment, and other such facilities in financing. So I think that's something that Uganda has tested the ground with, and we are seeing increasing the local private sector being able to pool resources to invest in some of these mining projects. So those are 2 quick points I would think about in terms of actually making sure that even the financing architecture for Uganda can also be exported outward. Maybe the last to share is around the Central Bank of Uganda actually starting a gold purchase program domestically, especially if the mineral traders within the region are compliant to ESG and other licensing provisions. So that's a model that can really be expanded across states so that we also have actually local reserves being, shored up for better industrialization outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hope, for highlighting this. And a very concrete example of tin with Tanzania. And you also highlighted the artisanal small-scale miners and the local private sector. Artisanal small-scale miners can be transformed into small SMEs, ASMEs, artisanal small-scale mining enterprises as well, and they require financing and financing architecture. So we're still looking at corridors. So maybe there's a Uganda-Tanzania coming up as well. We can add, some of those other countries that we can, potentially, like I said, we are still looking into what can be done. But it's good that we start with countries and then scale up to the region. And you also mentioned about the central bank and the financing. And when we talk about these mineral corridors, we have to think about the financing. Otherwise, it's going to be just a pipe dream. It's important how you think, how you structure the financing around it. It doesn't have to be, we have to be innovative about it, but we have to think it through, because otherwise, and we are tasked to be implementation and practical, so we have to think around those areas. So the next one is Joseph Ezwa from the DRC, UNDP DRC. So, DRC is at the heart of all these mineral discussions and corridors. I don't know if there is any corridor that DRC is not involved in. Maybe we haven't talked about really the West Africa corridors, just FYI, the Guinea and the bauxite and etc. But I'm just saying that DRC is very much at the heart of all these mineral corridor talks. And so from the DRC perspective, what should define a successful mineral corridor? There was reference to the Lobito corridor, to Tazara, to others, but from the DRC perspective, what is a successful mineral corridor for Africa today? Is infrastructure alone enough? Or, I know Charlie mentioned all the other ecosystems around it, but is it enough to just have the infrastructure, but do we have to think about the value addition, the industrial ecosystem, and what would it look like from a DRC point of view. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. I would like to begin with the word that the UNDSG, Amina Mohamed, visit last year the Lobito terminal and met with the relevant stakeholders and stressing the importance to see the Lobito corridor, for example, not to be not only a transport and logistics hub, but also a catalyst for inclusive socio-economic development. I mean, this is a key point we need to highlight if we want to the success and the support to the Lobito corridors. So at the UN level, we made a kind of assessment, and we come up with some gaps, and that infrastructure deficit, governance, institutional coordination, social and economic exclusion, value chain inefficiency, environmental and climate risk, and capacities gaps. So I think my colleagues highlight the different points I just raised, but I think the key thing we have to put on is, for example, the regional leadership and collaboration we need to highlight. I think this is very important. We need to have a strong commitment to regional ownership driven by African states and institutions focused on national strategy for collective growth, I think. We need to establish also a shared vision for the corridor as a catalyst for African economic transformation, centering on regional integration and intergovernmental cohesion, I think. And one more thing that this is important, it's the investment in locally driven infrastructure. We need to develop transport, energy, digital infrastructure with a focus on local content to build, homegrown capacity and ensure sustainability, and decrease dependence on external financing by leveraging regional funds. And one thing is the empowerment of local and regional economy. We need to amplify local production capabilities by supporting regional value chain integration in, for example, agriculture, mining, and manufacturing, and encourage African-led investment in processing industries, accelerating industrialization, and reducing, reliance on raw export. And capacity buildings for inclusive growth is very important too, and we need to prioritize the sustainability and resilience and leveraging African innovation and knowledge sharing. I think that is very important for the continent and for the region to promote knowledge, to transfer regional mentorship program, for example, and collaborative innovation to boost industries across the corridor. And we need also to build a platform for African governments, businesses, and communities to share successful development model and best practices. And the last thing I want to share is the cultural and community integration. I think that is very important for us to ensure development projects reflect the culture and identity of local communities, and creating a sense of ownership and pride in the region transformation.
Thank you very much for this. I think it aligns with what Charlie and even Hope had said about, these these corridors or these developments need to be catalytic for inclusive social development. And you've highlighted some very concrete one on capacity building throughout for local suppliers and others, but also for the enterprises, etc. So I'm trying to summarize because you asked us to be very concrete. I think that's concrete to make sure that this is the ecosystem that we want, the industrial, that it has to trickle down to the people. And I find interesting that you talk about the community and cultural integration. I think it's important. We don't usually talk about this, and maybe it could be something that is unique. We will have to unpack what you mean exactly by that. I mean, even just on the buy side, even with the DRC and Zambia alone, sometimes the culture is in the way we do business as well, right? And sometimes it's also language. It could be the systems, the Francophone system versus the other system. So these are things we should talk about, because sometimes these are the things that make or break some kinds of cooperation. So it's interesting that you put it there. So I will come back to you. We have a second round. Maybe you can unpack this better so that we come to some kind of what we can do as a soft thing that UNDP can do. So I'm going to the second round now. So let's be even more practical, because that's what is expected of us. So I'll come to you, Muku, again. We're trying to figure out if Africa were to present a unified development offer, for example, to investors and partners tomorrow. I'm trying to be very practical here. What would be the non-negotiable, especially the non-negotiable, or what would be our offer as Africa? So, I mean, we talked about regional corridors, but which ones are more viable? And from where you are sitting, Muku, at the Africa Union at that level, continental level, what would be the non-negotiable? What would it look like, as much as possible, concretely? So I'll ask the same questions to all of you again on the second round to be even more granular. What will be the offer if there's an investor? It could be a foreign, it could be a local, it could be anyone. But what would be your offer? Say, okay, this is what we want to achieve. What will be on the regional value chain and those mineral corridors? I know you're thinking, but
yeah, I'm thinking because it depends on the investor. The investors who are already there who want to invest in gold, if you do not realize the relationship between investing in gold and critical minerals, then you need to understand that relationship. So the people I'll speak to tomorrow on Thursday, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday, right? People I'll speak to tomorrow are gold investors. Once again, like I told you, DMCC is the biggest buyer of gold on the continent right now. They just do it secretly. They want to convert it to official, and that's why they want a presentation on Amrek Park. My last slide will read as follows. Amrek Park is not a future standard. It exists now, and member states are in the process of adopting it. It will apply to both government and private sector projects. So that means whether you're doing it for gold, whether you're doing it for tin, tungsten, tantalum, lithium, you'll have to follow Amrek Park. Due diligence must verify that technical resources are not coming just technically, but will deal with competent oversight, with social environmental benefit delivery. This Amrek Park is a common reporting language across Africa for the first time for mineral resource classification. So investors can finally compare assets across jurisdictions. Your next step as an investor is to update your audit protocols for on-site due diligence. Identify park accredited competent persons. Right now, it's only Africans who are like that. And we have to create that win. We have to be Africans who understand Amrek Park, and it will be Africans who are doing the due diligence on site, right? Not to bring someone who is JOC certified to come and do a resource classification in DRC, go back to their country. By the way, for you to do a due diligence, park competent persons, JOC competent persons report, you pay as much as $3,000 per day for the competent person. But for PAC, that is going to change. So for you to update your audit protocol, identify PAC accredited competent persons, review your existing reports and align them to PAC rather than sticking to JOC and NI 43101, and integrate benefit verification into your checklist. Now, benefit verification includes the social elements of all mine sites. If there is no social benefit at a mine site, because PAC does not speak to it being a nice to have, it's a must have. So a PAC competent persons report has a must have component of how is the mine site benefiting local communities, how is the mine site benefiting local companies, how is the mine site ensuring that the local community is not negatively affected. Not negatively affected. It's not an issue of is there positivity, it's is there any negative effects of the site, and if there is, you can't continue until you mitigate the negative effects, well, at least after community intervention. And so that will be my end of that conversation. That will be my last slide, and that is how I'm going to speak to it. So I cannot speak to corridors because these are people who want, and gold investors are the first financed investors to come into any jurisdiction before they take into lithium, copper, and cobalt and all that. If we're going to break those value chains and corridors, we have to understand the people who are going to get manifest within those corridors. So that's why I said I don't know whether I should actually say I'm focusing on a particular corridor, but I hope this response based on the last slide I'm going to give tomorrow will actually give some form of nuance in understanding that that is actually a very complex question.
Thank you very much. I think, gold is not in our critical minerals list, but it is a critical mineral for Africa. I don't want to go into that discussion again, but when we did this Africa Green Mineral Strategy, we had some African countries telling us that they would want gold in that list. So I'm just saying it's not, But I like that you talked about the non-negotiables here, because that's what Amrek Park has inside. That is about the benefits, environmental, social, and economic benefits of at mine sites, not just as a mitigating the negative impact, but a positive in terms of job creation, thriving of the social, having jobs and local content, etc. So I also encourage you to look into the Amrek Park. It's a very, very useful tool that can be, it's about mine sites and it goes very deep, but it can be in general about the non-negotiables, so to speak. I come back to you, Charlie. Again, you mentioned about the catalytic nature, also from the DRC, but concretely, if UNDP and others were to go into these corridors, what would be the non-negotiable? What would you put emphasis on? Not just as a negative or not to have it, but as a positive. I know you mentioned Lobito Corridor. We're not dismissing Lobito Corridor, by the way. We're not. We're just saying it can do more for the people. But not just the Lobito, but others. You mentioned Tazara, you mentioned others. What is it that you think concretely where UNDP can come in, or to ensure that it's a positive net impact?
Thank you very much. I think the non-negotiables for me would be one, value addition. I think this one is critical. I think for a while there's been this view that if the only thing we're going to do is investment in infrastructure without any investment in value addition and beneficiation, then we're actually exporting jobs. And we know that most of our African countries have a very high unemployment rate among the youth. So value addition, beneficiation is a non-negotiable. Secondly, I think we also need harmonization of policies in the region to ensure that we actually facilitate the movement of goods, services, and people. We have these barriers, both trade and non-trade barriers, that impede the good initiatives that come up. I think we've had, with my good friend Joseph, I think the Kasumbalesa border is known for different stoppages. And we have kilometers of trucks stuck on both sides because we can't agree on some of these trade policies. So I think the harmonization of trade policies is very critical to facilitate movement. Human rights is critical as well. We all know that where there's a lot of work going on, especially in the mining space or generally in extractive space, there is likely to have issues around human rights, child labor, sexual exploitation, and gender-based violence. Issues around environmental and social safeguards are also very critical. So we should not lose sight of these important aspects even as we undertake these investments. So definitely upholding human rights is also very critical. And then finally, I think a non-negotiable would be, for me, we have to keep our eyes on the key results that we're looking at, which for me, in our context, is really job creation, local economic development, and really growing our local economies. So those for me would be non-negotiables, and the metrics in that proposal would have to include definitely job creation, would have to include local economic development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, we're getting somewhere with this, because now if we are sure about the non-negotiables, then we know where we're going, because sometimes we focus on the bigger, so to speak, and then we forget, but these are the teasing ones. These are the ones that can make or break any kind. That's why we keep talking about this, and it's been elusive mostly. I'm not negative completely, but it hasn't transformed lives in the last 17, 18 years that we talk about this. And so these are the seemingly small but teasing things that can make or break. So I really like that value addition has to be, but not just like export bans and stuff, so that we can come to another discussion. We have to look at it from a holistic point of view, not just ban without really thinking it through or having time bound and et cetera, but very making sure that you have a plan for your value addition, where you get the skills, where you get the technology, where you get the investment, where you get the, it's a whole plan that you can do. And the Africa Green Mineral Strategy has actually an action plan, which we keep forgetting, and it tells you from A to Z, from 5 to 10 years, what to do, et cetera. But then again, you have to bring it to the countries or to the regions. Harmonization of policy is another one that I'm happy that you mentioned. And SADC is the one that is advanced in this, but it's not as advanced as we want it to be on harmonization of policies, even within SADC. And the trade issue, I hope Komi and others will come. That's another big issue about trade and non-tariff barriers and the trade regimes. If you ban exports, it would not be, if you are a WTO member, it's not allowed under those rules. And so there's so many issues there as well. And you mentioned human rights, child labor, and those are also talking about, Fatima, you were talking about our ARFSD side event. It was actually on human rights and critical minerals value addition. We were with OHCHR, and all these issues came up. But interestingly, of course, child labor, et cetera, but there is also the right to development. It's a human rights issue, you see? Because, we have a right to develop, even though it's not accepted widely, but it's part of our human rights to want to develop. So we are emphasizing that, and the human rights, economic human rights point of view. And it was quite interesting. I can share the outcome of that, because admittingly, all of us sometimes are, when we are talking about the economic, we are blind about the human rights aspect. And it was eye-opening to hear from the human rights perspective, not just the child labor, et cetera, but also the right to development, which is a right on its own as well. And of course, you mentioned the job creation, local economic development, et cetera. I think I am already seeing where UNDP's approach should be, because these are the things that have to be. You can, your narrative, if it's focused on job creation for the youth or for anybody, then you can put in a lot of things in there, even within the corridors and others. So the next one is Uganda, Hope. The same lines, the non-negotiables, but also try to put it on a bit of a regional kind of collaboration, because we're talking about value corridors and that. But what are the non-negotiables? You already mentioned that Uganda has banned of ore unprocessed minerals, but can you expand on that? What are the other non-negotiables and where you're going with that?
Yeah, regional, I think at the country office, we are not seeing a lot of shift and change. I'm sure colleagues here can attest. There's shrinking development financing. And when you speak of minerals, the instinct is, it means money for these economies, for the citizens. So it should no longer be a trade-off in terms of programming. Before you would think, okay, you're a country, I'm gonna help you achieve development outcomes, but maybe the cost is for you to scale back on the business ambition. But I think UNDP is now positioned to make sure that it helps countries make sense of this opportunity without having to give up either the development outcomes or the economic growth or dividends out of mining. So this requires a really radical and intentional shift in our programming and approach as UNDP, where we are delivering real technical support at a granular level. How do I help a country make sense of its critical minerals stock within its own borders, but also regionally, because we know these mineral veins definitely are not geographically limited. How do we help countries unpack these opportunities and develop investment portfolios, attract real financing to come in? I think for long this has been left to either development banks or some abstract experts somewhere, but I think it's time to land this technical expertise in country, provide experts in-house within the ministries, the planning authorities within UNDP country offices, so that on a day-to-day, if we are really going to leverage this project regionally to deliver the technical support needed, we have to have boots on the ground. I'm saying that generally, but that we can unpack contextually, but it's time to really bring this technical support to life. It might mean actual human resources. It might mean expertise in data collection and processing. It might mean communicating the mineral offer a country has. That hasn't been articulated well, and no one is doing it really at scale. So countries have to be helped to make sense of this. And the next step is that within the ASM communities, when you talk about critical minerals and you say the word investor, the instinct is some other person apart from themselves. It's rare that you're going to find a Tanzanian, a Ugandan, a Congolese counterpart thinking they're also rightfully an investor in the mining space. They always think it's someone with big money from somewhere, like the people Muku will be presenting too. But how about we use this initiative, demonstrate that investment means that you could put money in that mineral value or supply chain and benefit at a certain node. So that would demystify and unpack this sector for suppliers of goods, of services, certain expertise, so that people can see themselves as active players. Not many will be the Dangotes of this, but does it mean that they will not be able to really benefit from all this appetite for critical minerals? In our experience, it's a no. So we have to scale and probably deploy like the supplier development program to make sure that we have local private sector coming in. And the final bit is on the financing. We discuss financing also in the aspect of thinking money is in some basket somewhere. But we've noticed that within the countries, especially in the Great Lakes, they are looking inward. When governments see a good case for investing in development outcomes, even for economic gain, they're going to put money there. So how about we support local financial institutions to develop relevant credit products? Some of these miners, all they need is equipment. We have invested heavily in cooperatives. If you look within the East Africa region and Great Lakes, there are a lot of new mining cooperatives that have been vocal around the things they like, they prefer, and the help they need. But no one has delivered a financing solution to the scale that's needed. And the models we've tested in Uganda, for instance, we've even gone as far as working with these regional credit cooperatives and unions. They do have money for their members, but have we helped them build credit products for these miners? Because these minerals are actually still mined majorly by the artisan and small-scale miners. So how do we get the financing to the level of their appetite, to the level of their needs, so that we really see some of these corridors as aggregators for the export? But also one lesson to share for Uganda, for instance, even with this export ban, we've reached a point where, for example, vermiculite, business people have made a case that this is the optimal level. We must refine vermiculite for us to be able to export it. They've made a case, and government has provided an exception to export vermiculite not processed to 99 or 100%. Same for tin. That's why you see now there's a lot of tin being produced, because there's been discussion with Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda for the coal that comes in, but also for the ores. So there's a case to be made commodity by commodity. But it needs a voice from UNDP, from EU, to guide these countries to be able to achieve their own nationalistic interests, which are encoded in their development plans, but also make sure we don't lose this opportunity in totality. So that kind of footprint, provide the technical support on those different streams, could really help in making sure that countries are really well positioned, and also we scale the cooperative model to increase the bargaining power of a lot of these communities, because together we've seen that they're able to lobby for more and also service certain contracts that individually they would not have been able to really deliver on. So that's what I would think in terms of the granular, as we also support strategically and at policy level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hope, for this. The word scale and aggregation came up quite a few, but you made some very concrete to have to capacity. It just reminds me that really embedded within the be somebody local that this the concretely the financing small-scale miners to the things, but at least one of the aggregate, like like regional. So these are good things to talk about. And the last point you've made, which made a lot of sense, and just having export bans general might not be. It has to be commodity by commodity, as you say, because each one has a different way. So it needs mapping. It needs like roadmap, and it needs to really think through before having a export ban on everything. But yeah, that's why I think those kind of not just conversation, but studies, evidence-based, that can inform on the DRC. Again, I know you mentioned a lot on the catalyst, and Charlie and you are very much aligned on this. But when we go granular now, because DRC, as you know, I mean, it's Chatham House here, it's been problematic. I mean, they have, on top of these corridors, this geopolitical contention, all of these things, they have also issue with conflict and all of these things all together. And I mean, the amount of, the eyes are on the DRC. And, it's hard for when a country is like at this, it's hard to have non-negotiables, but I mean, it does have no non-negotiables, but it has to negotiate other issues as well, more than just minerals. So what do you think? And you mentioned, again, I want you to unpack that issue of culture and cooperation. And so what do you think that, we have to say it's really non-negotiable under the context? Because we are trying to be practical here, given the challenges. And also, what do you mean by this cultural cooperation, if you can unpack that?
Okay, thank you. I think in the DRC, from DRC perspective, I think one, point of non-negotiable pillar for supporting the corridor is security. I think for any program supporting the corridor in DRC, security should be framed as a core enabling condition, not a secondary issue. I mean, and the corridor crossed strategic mining and transport zone that are vulnerable to instability, illicit trade, and social tension. So some key security priorities are protection of the infrastructure, securing the mining supply chain, and safety of workers, community, and transport operators. And we have also the border security and custom coordination between the three countries, if you take the example of Lobito. And I think regarding the governance policy reform, I think one thing it's important is to reinforce mineral transparency and public, accountability system and data management. We talked yesterday a lot on, and I think we have also the infrastructure development and industrialization hubs we need to put in place. For example, we need to develop a cross-border infrastructure network for mineral logistics, but we need to invest also in industrial zone to facilitate mineral processing and manufacturing. For example, in DRC, we have the Lualaba and the Haut-Katanga provinces, for example, to prime location for sustainable copper and cobalt beneficent hub. And we also need to expand energy generation and transmission capacity. That is very important if you want to increase the processing. And focusing on renewable energy, that will be important. And we also have in the community level, we need to promote inclusive development. I think this is a key point. That would be highlight. We need to empower marginalized group, women, youth, smallholders, producer, and with finance, access to finance, training, networking, and so on. And we need to also, create equitable, economic opportunities and reinforce market, linkage for local producer. And the last thing is the strengthen community participation in corridor governance, for example, how we can involve local voice in decision-making to align development initiative with community priorities. I think this is the key point I want to highlight. I think in the time of non-negligible negotiable, issue.
Thank you very much for highlighting the security issue. We can't talk about DRC and not talk about security and stability and the peace and security. I'm not sure if it's an area where UNDP has a comparative advantage, but it's just we have to acknowledge that that's another factor that comes in as a challenge. And you highlighted the accountability system, the public accountability system, and the governance, which I think UNDP has a big role to play in this. And the cross-border, this is where we're trying to go, like the cross-border, it was with Zambia, the Kasumbalesa and everywhere, but also with those special economic zones that are being established. They're not really cross-border. It ended up being like 2 special economic zones, one in DRC, one in Zambia, but it needs to be coordinated, right? I'm talking about this the DRC Zambia battery precursor plant. So, and you mentioned also the inclusive development, and you mentioned something again about community participation in corridor development. I think that's something we can have as a offer with the governance, how to make sure. That has been very, very tricky, let me be honest. Not even with the corridor development, when we try to outline these issues with the Africa Mining Vision and the Agreement Strategy, how to put the community's voice. Is it the chief? Is it the... Sometimes, when you even go to local, you want to talk to the women, but sometimes the chief speaks on the behalf of everyone. And even if you want to... it's a tricky one, but I'm glad we are talking about this, and then, we can... Making sure that they own it, the community. They're not looking at some things that are developing and they're not owning it or being part of it. So I think we've heard from everyone. I think we have like about 30 minutes to open for discussion. We've heard about what an African development offer would look like in terms of resource corridors and value chains and countries. So if anyone has anything to ask our panelists or any comments you have on this, on what you've heard, we are opening the session for discussion. Any takers? Okay, Komi.
Yeah, warm up a bit. Thanks, colleagues, for the excellent point. I know, Mary, you asked a question on corridors to prioritize. Look, I think, of course, everyone is talking about Lopito corridor. I hope it's not because we have all the colleagues here represented there. But it's strategic indeed. But you also know West Africa, not because I'm from West Africa, but beyond the Lagos-Abidjan, there are discussions also now to move the corridor till Dakar. Then it will cover Guinea with their own natural resources. I think Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana also, Ghana, lithium, and Côte d'Ivoire, probably potential manganese and others. So maybe one area, maybe sometimes I don't know, Central Africa is not well covered in a lot of instances, but we also know the capacity of Gabon in manganese and in some countries. So will it be possible to maybe suggest the 3 Lopito, West Africa now moving from Lagos to Dakar, new corridors, and maybe looking into Central Africa, not the DRC, Rwanda part, but maybe DRC, Gabon, and other parts as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well taken. I did mention that we didn't talk about the West Africa, Guineans, and Ghana lithium, Guinea bauxite, alumina, and then the whole West Africa corridor. So yeah, definitely something that we should think through. Like I said, when you are commissioning a study, it has to be something viable. It doesn't matter where it is, but it's true that we have to think about the central as well, the Gabon and the other ones. So well taken, and I think that's a good point because we tend to focalize on the southern part. But yes, Jide. Oh, sorry.
Thank you for the presentations. I have 2 points. I think first is building on what Komi said.
would it be possible to think about mapping Africa's corridors and also identifying the opportunities around minerals across all of those corridors? That could provide sufficient intelligence for other partners to also work in those spaces. So if it has not been done already, and that's a question to the panelists, perhaps this is something that this sort of program can begin to initiate. My second point is UNDP's comparative advantage. I think we've said a lot of things around financing, around capital, around capacity. But UNDP's comparative advantage really is how we engage communities in those. So how do we engage mining communities, whether it's around poverty reduction, whether it's around access to infrastructure, or whether it's around inclusion, promoting greater inclusion in the value chain of mining. And I think it is important for us to have that common understanding, because that is what will shape our programmatic offer and design. If we go beyond that, I don't think we'll be able to compete with those that are doing this sort of work even better than us, especially in the private sector. So I think it is important for us to narrow the scope so that our value addition can be a bit clearer when we finalize the offer by later today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Muku, and then.
So just to speak on the issue of Central Africa, if you realize the AGMS there's a section of it that speaks to the hydroelectric potential of Central Africa. And that hydroelectric potential also creates inland waterways inclusion as part of corridors. This is a program, I think, that ECA ran for 10 years trying to promote. I'm sure the reports are somewhere in the former RITD department sitting there gathering dust. That may be one thing that will bring them about. And then as well as they already did studies on corridors. I remember very well, that's when they identified the Walvis Bay corridor as an example of a developmental corridor that goes beyond pit to port, because it was literally going to move goods and people from Namibia, right, Walvis Bay, and was supposed to touch all the way to Maputo, right? It actually there's a study that actually speaks to how the Walvis Bay corridor is a better offering developmentally than Lobito corridor. So people won't pick that because everyone loves anything that's shiny and new, but for a developmental perspective, it may be time to revisit some of the work that ECA has already done on this. And I know for sure the issue on corridors was done back in the day. It's somewhere sitting in ECA. So I don't think there's a need to reinvent the wheel there. It may be a time to bring back what has already been done, and we work on that.
Thank you, Muku. We just commissioned as ECA another study on viable mineral corridors. I mean, things have changed. I mean, let's not, what the studies that were done 10 years ago might not be, but we can resuscitate those ones. But, now the geopolitics and everything has changed. And viable means that you have to take into account existing, like infrastructure, including railroads. And so we can't really exclude the Lobito corridor because, we have to leverage on that. But that's why the question on the non-negotiables and what is it for the people comes in. But yeah, we are, like I said, Jide, to answer your question, we just commissioned, but we can, again, I like the word scaling up. Hope saying the scale up is leveraging on each other's and then coming up. Even if we come up with the viable ones, perhaps we can collaborate on what other things need to be done. So yeah, sorry. Please go ahead with the question or comment.
Thanks, no worries, Luvita. And sorry, I'm just going to bring a different dimension to this discussion, and it's linked to the financing discussion that I was moderating yesterday, but it's also linked to what we're talking about in terms of strengthening value chain across those different corridors and the right infrastructure that we need to be put in place, including investment, right? And my apologies for my ignorance, but I don't know whether at the EU level or at the REX level, we've thought of coming up with an ESG framework. The EU has a very strong ESG regulatory framework, which also now is becoming mandatory for many countries when they invest abroad to have that compliance in place. In Botswana, I'm just going back to Botswana where I sit, the government has realized that if they don't have a national ESG framework in place, they are never going to be attracting those big European investors who needs to report back to their capital about their investment outside of the EU. But since we are talking of a continental, a regional agenda, and of course a country agenda, number one, has there been any thinking at the continental level for such a regulatory framework? And if yes, I think the other challenge then becomes what we talked about yesterday, which is that coherence aspect or that non-alignment at the continental, regional, and country level. How do we, because I don't know how many countries in Africa are developing ESG models, and that in itself becomes a challenge if it doesn't speak to each other. Then already we are creating fragmentation. How can one Africa, and forget the EU now, within Africa, if we want to attract investors within the continent to come, let's say, from one country X to Botswana, and if they don't have frameworks which speak to each other or are completely disconnected, then we have a problem. I think back to the point about putting in, and practically for UNDP, this is where we come in, at least that's how I see my work in Botswana. We may not bring the big infrastructure and the millions of the world, but we are actually indirectly putting in place an enabling environment, to put it simply, to attract those capital we talked about, which needs to be unlocked. And it's not so much about where they sit, is how do we connect them? And I was just reading our administrator's write-up. He just sent a newsletter. He was saying that it's not about short of capital, back to our point yesterday. It was about connecting them to real opportunities out there. But those opportunities, if it doesn't come with the right enabling framework, no investors will come, or they'll just go elsewhere in Asia and elsewhere. So my question may be to AU and other regional entities here, whether there's been some thought given to that, because I know a few countries in Africa are doing national frameworks. And maybe to my colleague at the regional level, Jide, to you, whether this is something we can look at, first of all, take a stock of which countries are moving in this direction. And secondly, maybe from UNDP side, how we can have a common approach to at least start somewhere, and then eventually maybe even bring it to another level. Just a thought, but at least Botswana, we're in the middle of it. They're very serious about it. It hasn't gone to becoming a regulatory framework or law as of now, but at least having a framework which speaks to international standard is already something which might get traction from investors.
Thank you very much. That's a very good point. There's a working group on the SG CETM panel on it's called traceability and transparency, but it's mostly about these standards. And we are at ECA again, we're just starting, so we are also trying to get some ESG standards African. We got to push back because we said African, but it's just the non-negotiables that we're talking about here, because the ESG standards from there is mostly about environmental, but for us it's also the right to development, the value addition, and all of these things. But I think it's something that we can converge, and I really think it's a very good idea for UNDP also to be involved in that, but I'll leave you to that. So if there are no more questions, let me bring in my panelists. So there was a question about the corridors, expanding the corridors to Central Africa and also West Africa, and how do we see this happening? The mapping of Africa's corridors, identifying which ones, and interesting point that UNDP's comparative advantage could be also with the relationship to communities, which is a good one, because not a lot of institutions have that comparative advantage. If you have to be honest, we all are at the policy level. We are barely at that community level. There's a third point about the hydroelectric potential of Central Africa when we think about renewables, etc. If somebody wants to address that as well. And the last point was on the ESG framework, how to think about them and have a coherent one for Africa, not just national, that speaks to our African context. So I'll go with the, with Muku, then Charlie, then Hope, and then Joseph. That will be your concluding as well.
That's fine. I think on ESG, yes, I think there is work that is being done. It's being led by the special advisor to the commissioner to ETIM. We may need to find out how far that has gone. When it comes to referring to the same, the OECD Critical Minerals Forum was an interesting place to be last week. Or was it last week, part one? They understand that ESG compliance is no longer anything that they can use as a stick in terms of investment, especially within Africa. They were all talking about we may need to revisit how we apply ESG in terms of investing on the continent. So much so, one entity actually mentioned that we've been going about ESG entirely wrong. But we can't say it in public. But so this is the danger that we have in trying to follow externally based standards that are not our own. And ESG is that example. I was in that room. They asked me to come into that room, and it was very interesting because I've never believed in the way they approach ESG since it was first mooted 2012, 2011. And now they are only accepting that it may not be the best way to go about it, but they are not saying it publicly. They are saying the OECD countries, let's put it that way, right? Especially the ones that are investing in corridors. So there's that. It's because of the geopolitics of they're playing catch up, and ESG has not been helpful in their playing catch up. So we should define our own standards on our terms, on what works in terms of who is investing, not the other way around, that we want investment and we create frameworks to ensure that we align to them. So that's the issue on ESG. Corridors, I think I'm the one who raised it. I was just saying, in terms of the hydroelectric potential, it's because of the big water bodies that are in Central Africa. The idea is inland water systems should be part of these corridors if they are going to feed into neighboring countries around these big water bodies. No one supports the trade between Congo and DR Congo when they are crossing that river, not necessarily using the bridge, right? There's the Congo River, right, that splits the two countries. The investor or the private sector players that are investing in the little barges and whatever do not get support from anyone. So that may be that's what I was talking about when I said looking at inland water systems that speak to issues of corridors in Central Africa. And then finally, the issue of community engagement. There are players that have been doing issues of community engagement that we can ride on. Right. They're mostly civil society players. No one has been listening to them, rightfully so, because 90% of the time they're doing it as a programmatic scenario. But it may be time to now work with them because they've done a lot of work on the ground, especially when it comes to matters of energy transition and the work that has been done in the past under just energy transition situations before the AGMS was officially adopted. So we may need to engage with some of these civil society players and run on it rather than starting from scratch. So those are my interventions on what I can remember.
Thank you very much, Melut. Expanding, I think the mapping of corridors, I think welcome, even as we look at, I think, opportunities for movement of goods, services, and people in light of the AFCTA. So it would really be good to see what's beyond the corridors that we're talking about in this room. Definitely an opportunity there. I guess maybe for the region, GDE to do it, country level would probably wait to hear from you at the regional level. Community engagement, this one is very critical. And I think coming from, as one who is based at the country office and where we have been implementing infrastructure projects, we see these issues around community engagement, very, very critical. We actually have one activity that is on hold because the chief said he needed to be well informed and convinced that we needed to do that activity. It's something that is related around environmental governance and looking at establishing mechanisms for monitoring pollution from mining activities in his location. So this just tells you that community engagement and buy-in is very, very important, and there are voices that are very critical that you can't really just overlook. So this is something very important, and of course as UNDP, we have our environmental and social safeguards policy, which are very critical and definitely would add value to the proposal as we move ahead. But also I think beyond the community engagement, it's also really about the beneficiaries. Sometimes we always want to think we can think for people and we seem to know what they're looking for. But it's always important that even as a project is starting, you really bring the people on board and see what their real needs are without taking anything for granted, that you actually know what they're missing and what they're looking for. And also the value in terms of the social assets. Sometimes we come in as implementers, development partners, with a lens as if there's no social asset that we can leverage at community level. So it's really important that even as we undertake some of these projects, we do the social and environmental assessments. We really look at the social assets that are there that we can actually leverage from communities. ESG framework, definitely good to develop one that is fit for purpose, that really aligns with our context. I know there are international standards, but really good to look at those and refine them and ensure that we have those that work for us. And I think as we move into the critical mineral space, our development partners, we are moving into a space where we're engaging with the private sector more and more, where these aspects become very, very critical. And I think it's also important that we actually have these well aligned and agreed at different levels. Mungu, you did mention the hydro generation of electricity from hydro. I mean, just speaking my own personal view, I always think there's a lot of heavy investment that goes into some of these initiatives. So if countries can collaborate, I know for Southern Africa, we're definitely moving into another region. We're going to go to Central Africa and East Africa. But nothing is impossible, and I think definitely good to collaborate and have these resources that are available in other regions benefit the region. I did mention yesterday about, for instance, the SAP, the Southern African Power Pool. Are we able to move from beyond Southern Africa into other regions and really benefit from the power resources that are there? Of course, this region, we've suffered from droughts, so I guess we're also very careful about doing heavy investment in hydro. So if there's an opportunity to collaborate I think that's always a welcome move. Thank you so much.
Hope we go directly to you.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding ESG, we found the biggest challenge for communities and the miners, of course, who are the community primarily in this context, is the issue of the cost to compliance. As encoded in our laws, you find that it's really expensive to get a certified ESG or even that environmental impact assessment report. And also experts are drawn from some national catalog of approved experts, and they are not cheap. So we've been trying to really advocate with the Agency for Environment to see that we have simplified guidelines to really support the miners to comply with the ESG requirements, but also within the scale they are able to, because otherwise you see a lot of illegal mining activity still happening, and also you find that people have reduced appetite to pursue licensing because they cannot afford, those compliance needs. So that's part of the ambition that we can really carry forward at continental level. Because for every forum I've been in, you find that ASMs tell you we want to comply, but it is too expensive for us. And also working with communities, we've done a lot of work on formalization and cooperatives, but you find that to get a meaningful result, we cannot avoid the financing question. It has to really be an approach where beyond the cooperative model or organizing and mobilizing communities, they are really capacitated and supported to really access some kind of financing or other material inputs to enable them to mine sustainably. Because engaging them, empowering them, but at the end of it all, if we are dealing with a poverty question, people must be facilitated to become participants in their own transformation and growth. And that's why from our learnings, we are really not delinking community engagement in terms of the bigger spectrum of the work from financing, because that is the bottleneck that is really limiting a lot of local participation in the mining sector, at least within the regions we work in. And of course, the last bit is on definitely the corridors. If you look at Uganda and DRC right now, they've just had a JPC in Kampala. So there are those movements that are positively reinforcing this kind of ambition. How about you? UNDP, even at the country office, has facilitated very many regional JPCs with Mozambique, with other states. So how about this program? Also brings to life a lot of the provisions within the AFCFTA, because mineral commodities are being traded somehow, but we need to really support countries to do it in a regional cooperative framework to really support this kind of development. Because when I look at this initiative, from where I see it is that this transformation can't only happen within the national GDP indicators. We must actually be able to facilitate actual community growth and transformation by helping countries leverage this mineral wealth, but meaningfully, and trying to put a lot of focus on those kind of on-ground support mechanisms that we know work. Thank you.
I think everything has been covered, but I want to focus on the mapping. I think it is a strategic and essential step for supporting the different corridors. It can provide a clear understanding of infrastructure, mining zone, communities, security risk and economic opportunities along these corridors. Some key reason for mapping is maybe to improve infrastructure planning and coordination and identify security risk and smuggling routes, and support the border and coastal management and assess social and environmental impact, and strengthen transparency, mineral traceability, and also support investment and industrial development. That's it.
Okay, so thank you so much for this very rich conversation. So for the regional value chains, I think we can identify viable ones, but I think the non-negotiables from UNDP and from Africa perspective in general are clear. Value addition, even the ESG frameworks, but at a la African, so to speak. There are some conditional, I don't call them conditionalities, okay, some non-negotiables that are from the African side that are non-negotiable, like job creation, community engagement, suppliers program, all of these things that I think UNDP has a comparative advantage in addressing. There was also the cost of compliance issue that was raised, it comes up all the time, the cost of compliance for those international standards or even some of the standards, the cost of being green or the cost of being are high, and somehow they have to be taken up by somewhere. Is it the industry? Is it the private? Is it the countries, etc.? And I really like the point that about the social assets. We have to really have meaningful consultation, engagement of these communities to see what they can, because now we've gone back to traditional ways of doing things in some ways because of the green issues. So we really have to listen and consult communities and what is it for them. And Hope mentioned, at the end of the day, if you don't tackle poverty issues, all of the others can be mute. So financing is also very important. So I think we've had a very good discussion on, we went from regional value chains and then, what each country, and then going back to national, and then even communities. And there's food for thought on where the entry point for UNDP is. I think we're getting there. So yeah, and over to you now, to UNDP.
Thank you so much for an excellent moderation and for the discussions. I think after that long session, I think we're all deserving of a quick, what was it said yesterday, a comfort break, health break, a coffee break. So we have half an hour, but I'll urge you to maybe cut it shorter because we do want to try and end today a bit earlier. So if we can have 15 minutes for a health break and then return here. For the next session, we'll be hearing Komi will be moderating, and we have Madame Boto, Chris, and Kalonde who will be on the panel. So thank you, and Hey, colleagues, it's 11:35. Call me. I think is waiting for all of you. I'll get them.
Thanks. So colleagues, good morning again to everyone, and thanks for the discussion so far. These sessions, as introduced by Fatma, will look into, of course, the programmatic, the framing, some of the elements of the framing. I will not say the full framing, UNDP value added, and how do we see some of the elements, such as our framework, AFCFTA, AMV coming. We will have 3 discussants, Director Boto, we have Chris, and we have our colleagues also, Kalonde. I hope I pronounce well the name. Yes. Good. So to start, just to put things in context, we spoke a lot about policy coordination. And here, what our colleague Muku, the author of this page is Muku, not, has done is to put in perspective some of the partner institutions that will be key in terms of partnership for the program. Of course, the African Union Commission and various AU institutions, AUDA, NEPAD, AMDC is still here. The FCFTA Secretariat is there as well. Of course, UNDP, UNECA. We want to add UNCTAD, considering the work UNCTAD is doing on research. And of course, the framework will also include the Pan-African Financial Institutions, ADB, FREXIM, and others. A number of other partners as well. I hope during the deliberation, Muku will come in to explain a bit. What we also want to maybe discuss, and that could help us see where UNDP value is. You may add, you may also remove, if you feel UNDP doesn't have value in any of these pillars. So we propose that the program focus on these pillars. First, policy, regulatory framework, strategies, coordination. And within that pillar of policy implementation, some of the elements of AFCFTA, for example, when we are promoting removal of tariff, it includes also removing tariff on value added or commodities, including critical minerals, according to how countries are liberalizing the AFCFTA. Elements also on AMV, and of course, the green mineral strategies. So what are some of the key elements of those strategies, which we also have colleagues in, can be implemented under this program. Another proposed pillar is in all these elements of knowledge generation, data, mapping, inclusivity as well, and advocacy. So those knowledge material can also be used for advocacy. And then I think the director also has some interesting suggestion, lesson learned from Botswana there. Linkage element, I think this is something, the linkages can be done at all levels, private sector, small businesses versus large, mining companies, local development, ESG and others, that will come under a pillar linkage element. We talk a lot about the youth and probably women and others as well in terms of the skills development. We also know in some instances skills mismatch, we need to address that, but skill portability and the skill also mobility, which I think if we also succeed to support countries liberalize their professional service sector, some of these elements will be covered. Of course, liberalization of services under the AFCFTA. Another pillar which we need to also confirm or add new element is financing. But what will be the entry points? I know there will be a session later who will discuss that as well. But this is something we may need to look into. And of course, innovation and technology. So these are some of the pillars we put coming from all the reflections. But again, up to the panelists again to tell us where you see UNDP value. And in doing that, you can also tell us how those framework we mentioned concretely can come in. So we've concrete recommendation. So, but let's frame our discussion around this pillar or new one which we will be adding, or if needed to consolidate some of the pillars, we are happy to do that. So let me first call in Director Boto to maybe also tell us concretely where you see UNDP value. What we can take from here includes in the second 10-year of the agenda, implementation plan of the Agenda 2063. And if you want to speak to those pillars, regulatory policy, concretely, what can we do? And any other points in the pillars you want to speak to. You have the floor, Director.
Thank you very much. I believe it is my time to kind of like posture, play big brother in the room from the African Union. Good morning, everyone. The issue of, I think the programming as outlined, to me is relevant, and UNDP will definitely find a stake. And the how part, and going minute, as granular as possible, so that we can say what is the next step or define our menu from here, is very critical, even though it's not easy. I would say that I see in policy strategy and coordination, UNDP should go back to the crossroads. And I say, for me, the crossroads is the joint implementation of Agenda 2063 and SDGs. Over and above that, from the AU side, we sing from the hymn of the 2018 Joint Implementation Framework. It always pained me to hear us mention some things as if they are new, whereas it's an indication of lack of implementation. In 2018, the UN Secretary General and the AU Chairperson signed a framework for joint implementation. One of them were aspects of data. And the aspects of data are a pain across all SDGs and across all aspirations of Agenda 2063. We'll be in the room talking about the pain of data to the specific theme we are talking about. When we get to health, they talk about the same, all areas. And I like emphasizing that SDGs and Agenda 2063 aspirations, they already have political backing. They have agreed on them. They have implementation gaps. So in coordination, you reference some strategies that are on the ground. The key question we must ask ourselves is that, to what extent has these strategies been socialized? We need to create awareness on this strategy. Absorption of a strategy takes effort and deliberate effort. We come with a lot of assumptions, especially the conversation in the room. Minerals in Africa are sacred. Information about them are so secretive. They are the things that are known by the minister and the cabinet, and is not information to everybody. We hear about it. I was in investment promotion, and most of the space where we were finding it difficult to sell, despite Botswana having made strides with minerals, it was the mineral sector. Very difficult to sell because there are a lot of misconceptions, there are a lot of hidden intentions and so forth. So I agree that we need better coordination, and this is what I suggest. We already have these strategies. Let's create awareness on these strategies. 2, we already have a structure that has worked for some sectors. We have the Executive Council approve the structure of the Technical Working Group on Agenda 2063. That include the UN ecosystem and the AU ecosystem and your ADBs. So what I believe is that the UNDP start off with this concept. Those who were in Addis Ababa for the AFR, there was a side event on minerals, and it has come up with some of the recommendations that we will be coming out with. That is how we are costing Africa through talk and debate instead of doing. So I would say UNDP, can we pitch at the how level? One, in these policies, we've been talking about mapping of African corridors. But as we do that, can we go deeper into national development plans to say, if we map these corridors, are they priorities to member states as reflected in their national development plans? We need to test that. If they are not of interest, maybe you would find that in a corridor, one country, point A to B, they are in. C, D, they are still fighting. They don't have time to talk about minerals. E, F, and unfortunately, maybe the fight is about minerals. So you find that how do we interest member states along one corridor to be having at least others may have 2 foot in, one may have at least one, not where others are far from it, but we are talking about regional integration. Example, the Botswana situation, we had a mineral boom in the north at some stage, and the education sector wasn't aware that we need artisans. So we were getting all welders, all everything from Zimbabwe. We only realized that when the mines started recruiting, that what we preempted and projected as jobs to the youth are benefiting another country than Botswana. So I want us to say our strategies must be cross-cutting. We cannot only look at minerals. We should look at all enabling things around the value chain. So as we cascade these strategies, let's make sure that everyone who has to be in the room is in the room and is partaking what they have to partake. So let's map the corridors. Let's look at our country priorities. Let's look at regional strategies to say, are our strategies and frameworks sound? And is everybody who is supposed to be there aware of the conversation and taking part? The technical working group, once the concept is solid, how I have seen other sub-strategies thrive, like the CADAP. The CADAP was approved in 2025. It is only in February this year that it was enlisted as a flagship project. And a caution is that the more sensitive the matter becomes, member states would talk of their sovereign rights. And in their sovereign space, I believe they are comfortable talking to the AU than to the UN structures. So taking this as a flagship project would be compelling all of us that we assume we are implementing the continental strategy. It would be a window for all of us. It would be a window for stakeholders, for partners, even for your AFDBs. So I would say we will be in wait for that conceptualization. You talked about the narrative. When we sell or we cascade the strategy, we basically create a narrative. We also find out the cost of inaction for one area of the economy against the other. Like I was talking about skills acquisition. When we are busy having in our vision better mining, mining as a priority, but the education sector is not aware that they have to be an enabler for these mining realities. Even if we have the Geoscience Institute of Botswana give us clear indications of where is what, we are becoming people who knowledge becomes a curse to us rather than an opportunity for enabling. And then allow me to talk about the process. Once the concept is clear, then we would be able to know who has to do what. Where are we? We are aware of our baseline, of our departure point. We are aware of who needs to do what when. Rather than seemingly to interrogate whether the AMV is sufficient, that let's pass. because it is the bare minimum that we can depart from. But let's interrogate. In strategy, once you don't implement a driver of results, you will always be seeing it as the most utmost priority. But when you implement, you start to know that, oh, by the way, somebody is doing something similar, I can drop it in my activities and prioritize another thing. So let's give ourselves an assignment to have a clear picture. We need the knowledge toolkit to say that what is there, what is lacking, who is doing what, where are we duplicating. That is where coordination comes in. If we are duplicating, there's a lot of cost to duplication in the AU-UN systems that need to be kept. And then somebody, when I came back in the room, they were talking about capacity building for all structures, including ministers. And that's why where you tweak your toolkit. Your toolkit, when you pitch to ministers, it will sound this way. When you pitch to members of parliament, this way. When you pitch to technical people like yourself, you just tweak it to, but let's have the common narrative and create awareness amongst ourselves. Let's read from the same hymn book and be aware. Knowledge is power, but there is where knowledge disempowers, especially if you put things close to your chest, but you need everybody to be knowledgeable. It would be good, we will applaud you that you know more, but it doesn't create value for those you intend to serve. So the aspect of knowledge generation, yesterday I made a statement that let us not allow knowledge to be a showstopper. Basically what I meant is that if we cannot optimize with the little knowledge we have, we know the current corridors, we cannot optimize them. Is knowing more not going to overwhelm and cripple us? If we are to build the character of Africa to deal with minerals as the bare minimum, the little we have, let's create it now. Because the more we know, the more complex the issue becomes. So let's be comfortable in the now to optimize and be our best. Let's shadow the perfect Africa with all explorations having discovered everything. Let's shadow it now with the little that we know. That is what I would say on knowledge and generation and skills development. In industrialization, the aspect of inclusivity. Are we creating for the people who know, or they don't know that they don't know? Somebody raised a perfect example earlier that you'd be thinking that when you're talking about the inclusion of youth and women, you get to a rural area, and then when you call a Khotla meeting, it is in context and in culture that women don't attend. So these are the things that, as we want to be in context and practical, we need to know that let's be at global, at continental, at national, and at subnational level. I grew up in the outskirts of Jwaneng, which is a mining town. I know that some of the things we say in the room, my mother don't even think that they are being ripped off by a mining company. All they were celebrating is that there was a community borehole, that their animals were being given water. That is the bare minimum expectation they have. So we must be saying, are those women that we want to onboard and the youth, do they even know they have a stake? Because they see this big company to be very good to them to provide water. That's the bare minimum they want. So let's contextualize our conversations and our narratives. If I may talk to youth and women's skills, I've already mentioned the pain of skills mismatch. But it can be an opportunity to say, if, for instance, during the boom in Botswana, Zimbabwe was not interested and was not even prioritizing if there was a corridor they needed to as a region. A selling point could be, if this materializes, 70% of artisans for the first 10 years would be drawn from you. So it's a win-win situation that as we map and make our knowledge sellable to member states, to governments, let's unearth everything and safeguard the cross-cutting nature of the subject matter. It's not a narrow path anymore. It's not about big companies coming to explore and this, that. I emphasize on let's have a negotiating narrative as Africa, and let's balance. The cross-cutting nature of the subject matter calls it, and we are saying it already, that it is no longer about exploration, we need value chains, we need this, but what is enabling? What is the takeoff? If we are to start so we recover the implementation of our critical strategies. UNDP has a huge stake, but you cannot go on your own, because there are some sense. Even when I manage the Agenda 2063, I know there are some spaces that I have to leverage the power and posture of UN structures. AU will not find a space. When I get to member states, we have to humble to the geographic presence and the relationships that the UN structures have created, and make sure that we create a narrative that says there's no SDGs without Agenda 2063 and vice versa. So let's use the structures that we have, but awareness, knowledge on our strategies is key. The aspect of packaging that, and at the same time, moving parallel with the research, the data management we talked about. So it's a issue of how do we prioritize what is in the immediate, what is in the long term, and clear stakeholder mapping. We should be knowing our toolkit. Where UN has to deal with UNDP, has to deal with AFCFTA, we must be aware that. Where we have to deal with UNDP, we must be aware of that. All these institutions belongs to our member states, and we have to deploy each other, and the umbrella is the one framework, two agendas. We already have the starting structure. The technical working group that I talked about, it is actually a window through which we move the 6 commissioners that were talked about, the UN structures, the financing institutions, your AFDB, Afreximbank is also lobbying to become part of it. How it works is that it is the sole window that goes to the Executive Council to submit Agenda 2063 consolidated performance and programming. So it would be a situation that we say, this program, if it becomes a flagship project, and it is listed under the 17th flagship project of the second 10-year implementation plan, it is more like we are commissioning you to come in your technical minds and tell Africa how they should exploit their mineral potential. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Director. We have taken, again, good note that an excellent entry point will certainly be the technical working group, which I believe UNDP is part of. Isiaka, yes. And then so we may, with colleagues, Jide and others, we will see how we can also now get in there. I see also a quick win, which I'm sure Jacqueline is also taking those points. Probably who is doing what, again, is something maybe that needs to be done from you. But of course, the whole pillars around policy, coordination, regional institutions strengthening, which also includes negotiation capacity, strategies, and the skills as well, example of Botswana. So, after I'm sure colleagues will also tell us exactly how they see those points, but excellent point, Director. Maybe we can move now to Chris to also look into some of those pillars that will, be part of the log frame. Your reflections, again, where do you see UNDP coming? A lot of things are being added, but what other partners also can do? What can UNDP also prioritize? Over, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Director. It's refreshing to hear the African Union talking about how difficult it is to get African countries to be united behind specific issues. I think, firstly, on the issue of gap analysis, there's a few things to add. and who's doing what. So I think where we're talking about standards and performance standards, and your point about that was raised by the OECD. Now, the OECD have been some of the first to admit that there's a difference between standards, guidelines, and outcomes, and what they've been advising hasn't led to the desired outcomes, and that's where the rethinking of the conversation is happening. But within that space, we mentioned yesterday EITI and the various others who were already working there. I think that we should also recognize, following the conversation this morning around business and human rights, the OCHCR are working in different countries across the continent to support on the creation of national action plans. So you've got the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, the Ruggie principles, one of the requirements of which is the creation of national action plans, and the OCHCR are taking on that piece of work. So that's an existing UN piece that I think needs to be acknowledged and can be one of the North Stars of this. Is there's challenges to implementation, but there's an existing UN piece there. Within the space, there's also various other pieces that can become a bit of a challenge for operational reasons. For example, operators are also keen for governments to sign up to the voluntary principles on security and human rights, which provide guidelines for how you can deal with operational security, some of which contravenes the UN guiding principles, but essentially the two are being done together. Now, I've also seen in some countries that are trying to pursue both, where there's already two existing units, and the funders are saying, guys, why don't you collaborate into one mission to create a business and human rights framework, and the two separate entities are saying, oh no, for our own operational reasons we have to be separate. So there's already an existing sort of challenge there operationally when it comes to setting out these guidelines. But one area I think that, again, was brought up yesterday, and as we've been talking about DRC Mining Week coming up in June, the role where you already have African groupings on this, like the ICGLR and their RCM. So that's sort of as a result of international legal constraints around conflict minerals. The DRC and its 9 neighbor countries formed the ICGLR, that then has its own responsibility mechanism. And that's an example of where sort of practical reality has led to sort of mini-lateralism of countries coming together. So it's this idea of how do you bring countries together around specific issues that are lower than the big picture of the AU or even the RECs, but it's around very practical issues. And this is what I'm going to come on to next, and I think around the knowledge generation pillar. If we look at how we have been talking about corridors this morning and how we talk about sort of linking into the mining space, there's a couple of things that other people are doing here. The World Bank has been talking about clusters rather than corridors, so it's separated the continent out into, I think that they've got an aluminium cluster, which is sort of West Africa around South Africa. They've got a hydrogen cluster, which is sort of across the belt of Namibia, Botswana, across to Mozambique. And then they've got an EV battery cluster, which is sort of DRC and everything below that. And so it's just another way of looking at the problem that, again, is moving away from corridors that are most often labeled and defined by the ports that they lead to, and rather defining clusters in ways that talk about the end product that is trying to be generated. So I think that that's something that we've got to start thinking about, is what is the ultimate, the ultimate kind of big picture objective in all of this is broad-based development, citizen inclusion, and poverty alleviation. The specific kind of objective will be the development of an electric vehicle battery. And so the practical elements of that kind of stem beyond that. And I think that we can start to think in that way. Another sort of existing kind of framework of analysis on this has been put out by the Boston Consulting Group, who talk about mining ecosystems. And they've looked at it, and it's sort of a transnational global north, global south. How do we connect consumers and producers and connect the whole thing? If I'm going to be very honest, and Chatham House rule, it's not a very good piece of analysis. They haven't really thought it through, and there's not a lot of depth. But their overall high-level conceptual framework is quite a useful one to adopt, which is to say, again, if this is the ultimate objective, how do we bubble out who the different stakeholders are? The governments, the producers, the SMEs who are doing the wearable parts, the people who are growing food, all of this. And I think that that's a useful entry point to then start to identify which are the bits of these ecosystems that make profit in their own right. And if they're already making profit in their own right, then the private sector will jump on that. But where are the bits that need that encouragement or aren't making as much profit? And that's where it's the local enterprises and the connections into the system. And I think that comes on to the financing point of where does money get allocated? And so that's a big part. It's not just thinking about, the mining sector as a flywheel for development and economic linkages. It's, those linkages only occur if someone can put in the finance to unlock in the initial instance, the training, but also the market development and reducing the transaction costs of doing business with a big mining company. So that's the point around, I think we discussed a bit yesterday around, how to, and acknowledging what Jide said around the difference between financing and capital, how to structure perhaps, there's a lot of business around small loans and so on, but, are there ways of structuring financing that is essentially to support the cost of compliance and market participation, but is then also through that market partition, the paying back of that finance is connected to then the ultimate sort of the business objective of those SMEs, and how to structure that in that kind of a way. Other ideas around finance, I think one floated yesterday. How do we bring together the idea of the need for finance as well as the need for transnational accountability and peer-to-peer review between states. So again, is there scope for if we're going to adopt a clustered approach and say, okay, let's look at either an electric vehicle battery chain, or let's look at copper and its associated things, because within that copper belt you've got cobalt, manganese. You've also got, molybdenum. You've got things that are produced as offshoots, sulfur and sulfuric acid. You also get rhenium and gallium. All of this comes from a copper, so you can have it as an identified around a particular mineral. You then sort of, where these ore bodies go across borders, like I say, you can create financial structures that the different countries who are part of that broader kind of ore body connection are contributing to in their different ways, but can also draw down from, and so create, it's not just lip service around regional cooperation. It's not just an MOU like between DRC and Zambia that, has had problems, and they did close the border to copper trade over a dispute over beer. How do we prevent that from happening? Well, they need some skin in the game. And if there's a regional fund that they contribute to out of royalties, but also can draw down from, that creates the balance of accountability. And then finally, another role of the financing of this, I think, again, the point on training, but also, and it was raised, the point on training, the point on parliamentary training, and I do think that this question of, technocratic, sort of multinational technocratic training sessions where you bring people from different countries, from the ministries, not the politicians, but the actual sort of the policy people, the people who are doing the work, bring them together and build a shared understanding amongst that. Because I think that was one of the questions that came up yesterday, possibly going to restart, but there's a lot more that can be done in that space. And I think that, again, in terms of UNDP being, the grease in the wheels of business, I appreciate that in the mining space, talking about greasing is obviously associated with a little bit of corruption, but it is that sense of, I think that the UNDP does, there's a lot of space in those different ways of how the organisation isn't going to step on the toes of what other people are already doing, but plays that facilitatory role.
Thanks. An interesting point, especially I like the point on cluster versus corridor, which all makes sense, right? But it depends also how we approach. It depends on which partners also, we're working with. So good point. Capacity building, I think, is something also training across all of them. And regional, again, I think you insist on regional collaboration. And few points, which I think I have also put here. But maybe, again, for Chris and Director, while we continue the discussion with the colleague, maybe if you can think of kind of program goal as well, we will come back to that. Maybe some suggestion that will also help colleagues later on. Let's move now to Kalonde from, I don't know if you are from the Copper Belt, but you are from the country. So please, I think you can speak now to innovation, because I think this is something, an area you are working on, but also the skill issue. How are you saying the skills and youth, job creation, skill mismatch, or how do we address those gaps, training, capacity building, or innovation as well? Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Komi. I think the conversation here has been really interesting, but then I'll try to talk mostly about what Timbuktu is trying to be able to do. So the first thing that we want to manage is that we want to create the largest innovation ecosystem in the continent, because we all know that there's a lot of funding that has been happening to most of the startups in the continent, but how have we been able to see they can be able to make more money and create more jobs? So if a startup has started their journey and they want to be able to make more millions, do we know the type of support that they're going to be able to get when they reach up to step 10? Then the other aspect that we also want to do is to ensure that we give capital to startups so that when they reach at a certain point, it will be easier for them to be able to attract much more investment from the different people in the world. Then now, how are we able to actually do this work? So at Timbuktu, we're working with 4 main pillars. So the first pillar is the unipods. So unipods mainly are just working through pre-incubation. So pre-incubation simply means someone has got an idea and then they make a working prototype. Then for the hubs are now the ones that are responsible for commercialization. So now just speaking on how this has been able to be done, last year in 2025, we had a cohort where we had 10 startups across the whole continent, and then we had the top 5 who are given $5,000 to be able to grow their companies very well. Then the third pillar is the venture funds. So this is a different body that is now responsible for getting the money and then will be putting back toward the startups so they can be able to grow. And then the last part is the Timbuktu Policy Innovation Unit. So this is now founder-led, where all startups are going to be able to speak to this policy unit, and then they'll be able to have ideas on how best they can be able to grow their businesses when they go from one country to the other. Say there is a company in Zambia, and then they want to go to Botswana. How can they have a safe land where there are going to be policies that are going to be able to help them grow? Now, when it comes to the moonshots, we are supposed to support 10,000 startups across 10 years. We need to be able to raise $1 billion in relation to support for the startups. Then we also need to be able to raise $10 billion in terms of revenue for the startups. And then, so in this context, we can be able to provide support to startups that can be able to give particular technology that can be able to be solved. But then we also need to understand as well that they are running a business and they don't want to take any sort of risk. So it's very difficult for African engineers to be able to give a solution because the majority of the machines in these big mines are not from Africa. So now how best can we be able to have engineers across the whole continent to be able to become original equipment manufacturers? So this is the second innovation track that we are running, which is the ASM innovation track. This one, we're able to have much more say in it. Why? Because the government is the one that is leading the work in this site. So at the country office, starting tomorrow, we have got the ASM technical working group. So this is now encompassing the Ministry of Technology, which is the anchor. Then we also have the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Development. Then we also have the 2 universities in the country, as well as the ASM cooperatives. Because what we also need to understand that from some of the interactions we had with the startups, some of them, unfortunately, they feel that as UNDP, we are using them as marketing, where when we want to showcase something, then we bring startups just to show the validity of the work that we're doing. But I think we need to move from that, and we should be working at the ground level, which means the ASM cooperatives also need to be on board. So now, what this means is that once the ASMs are able to identify the technical challenges that they have, This will now mean that we'll communicate this to the universities across the country and then tell them to say, this is the challenge that is available. Can we have engineers solve this problem by coming up with a technological offer? Then this is now going to be able to ensure that the engineers in the country are moving from where we are normally taught in universities to know how to maintain machines, but we are not really taught on how to make our own machinery. So now this simply means that with the new drive, with the critical minerals, we also need to understand that once we know whatever mineral it is, we also need to understand what process is required. From that, what process is required, what sort of machinery is required. But then the gap that is there is how many engineers from Africa can be able to say, we're able to make this machine. So it simply means that there's a huge gap where the amount of millions that are going from away the continent to bring in these machines again, then we're just going to be there to maintain them. But if we can be able to structure the innovation program and ensure that there is proper support, that would mean that the engineers in the country will have more of them, that will be equipment manufacturers, there will be more jobs, and by virtue of it being capital intensive, it means that they'll be able to improve the economies. But then again, there's a huge gap in terms of us now really developing a strategic roadmap. And I think this is where Mr. Mukululi is going to come on board to give support to the MindTech Hub so that we really identify how best we can be able to transition and ensure that from the continental basis, how best can we be able to have the technology that is required. Then in terms of financing, for the past 10 years, in relation to some of the hubs across the continent, for example, the fintech, they have been able to receive approximately $5.1 billion to support startups across the continent. But when it comes to mining, there hasn't been anything that has been mainly reported on African-led startups in mining. So I think if we're able to move to a point where we identify in terms of clusters to say this is the mineral value chain that we're going to be able to look at, then we say, okay, this is a mineral, then what are the machinery that is required? And then we can give support across the universities that we have across the whole continent. Because by virtue, we'll be able to give support to the universities such that we now move from where engineering students are writing theses that are just put at the cupboard, but then it has to come to active prototypes. Then we can be able to move into being much more profitable and ensure that innovation is just not a standalone. Because some of the challenges that we had before is that we have got so many brilliant ideas coming from engineers, but there is no offtake, as in the corporate companies are not looking for that particular problem. So once there is a complete challenge brief, we know what the problem is, let's give the opportunity to the engineers across the continent to solve the problems of Africa. And then we'll be able to move forward and be proud of something that we want to be able to build. Thank you.
Great point. But do you know why the mining startups are not attracting much? I haven't looked at the studies, but any reason, particular reason?
So, as earlier mentioned, mining technology is capital intensive. And then you'd find that the majority of machinery that is in the mining sector are coming from companies that have been in operation for over 100 years. So this means that there has been iterations of the same product. But then for an African company to be able to say, let us try this, it's very difficult for them to be given the opportunity. So I think that is why I feel the ASM space would be a good opportunity for us to test our own African solutions. Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. And then I think you gave some specific indicator, 2,000. The 2,000 is only for Zambia or continental?
So, yeah, so the 2,000 is across the whole continent.
Okay,
so, yes.
Good, thanks. I think great point. I also already see a number of microphones opens and names. So we're going to take the question, comment, but more specifically additions. I think across the pillar to validate some of the proposal in terms of UNDP value addition and other partners' value as well. So I think, Max, did you want to speak?
Yeah, but we can, is it time for?
Yeah, it's time, yeah.
Okay,
open the discussion now. And then we can come to you.
A few comments I would like to make. The first one is just, it's not clear to me why we are waiting for someone to give us permission to innovate on the equipment, who is not giving us a chance. These are mines on our continent. So I think let's not get bogged down by creating false dichotomies of there's someone waiting to pounce on us. The responsibility is on us. Let's just do it. This is how the Chinese did it. China was never a lead in this space. But right now, certainly here in South Africa and across SADC, most of the technology that's being used in mining is Chinese technology. They started yesterday. So why are we not doing it ourselves? So that's very important. But Komi, I wanted to say, I agree with the pillars. I think they are important areas. My concern is about the framing and the architecture there.
Yeah.
The question I keep asking myself is, what is the central argument that's holding those pillars together? And I would like you to give a bit of thought about that, because if we're not careful, we risk ending up with a collection of themes rather than a transformation framework as UNDP. And that matters enormously in this space, because this is not simply a mining, if you like, conversation, because the world is reorganizing around AI, around energy transition, supply chain, industrial policy, strategic minerals. And Africa sits right at the center of that. So the question is, how do we support that sector as UNDP? Actually, I do think, let me reframe the question. I think the question is, how does Africa convert the critical minerals moment into a long-term productive transformation moment? This is what we talked about yesterday. And that shifts the architecture completely. So if I was to redo those framings there, I would say the first one has to be about strategic sovereignty and systems governance. That includes, that is broad enough to include all the issues you want there, because policy is just, everybody talks about, we've been told, we write policy, you know, but this is very specific to critical minerals. And the issue on critical minerals is about strategic sovereignty and systems governance. So let's make that a thing. The second one is about productive capital and industrial capability. I think that has to be a second pillar there. The third one is around skills, technology, and economic participation. A fourth one is around intelligence infrastructure. You know, we talked about the data and other things. And the final one is around technology and the green industrial transition. I think if we organize our work around that, then the logic connecting them would be governance without capital produces rules without investment. You know, this is what we talked about yesterday. But capital without skills produces, you know, some enclave development. And technology without the governance, again, will produce for us tools that have no sovereignty. So we need to reorganize around that framing there, and not generalize things, because we're talking about something very, very specific there.
Thanks. The points are well noted. The suggestion now is to reframe the pillars into five strategic priorities, which I think, I'm sure, after this meeting, we'll sit down and recraft what should be the outcome and others. This is something I was tempted to do, but I think it will take a lot of time. So let's get all those suggestions. Then I'm sure a team will sit down to reflect on those strategic priorities. Sometimes I think also there are suggestions around activities as well, already coming. So we need to put all those together later. Kosi, who is Orisiaka? Yes, please.
Thank you. For me, yesterday, our discussion centered into two aspects, development and commercial. And often when what you earlier presented is more development, which we will agree that most of our NGOs and other institutions are better off doing that in terms of they have been in that field for quite some time. The focus for me will have been on the commercial aspect of it, more transactional. And what I mean by that is looking into what is needed for the economic transformation of African continent. Of course, we will talk about the supporting pillars that are skill and policies, and other organizations have been doing that for the longest possible. If you look at OAU Charter and those elements are there. For me, we need to look into what we can do, particularly with regard to the corridor development. Corridor development is very important. It's not just about linear linkage between two economic poles, but rather a look into giving the necessary resources and capability to be able to develop the linkage between the two poles for the African, first of all, consumption, which lead to the next point. Where is the market? Because we talk about transformation for export. But if you're not careful, then we will end up with a very sophisticated extraction, whereby everything we produce is for the export. But then the market development is very, very important. That's what I was referring to, the issue of commercial. If we continue to say, okay, is the West or the South, the Asian market that we are focusing, then we are wrong. We need to start thinking about how do we grow our local market. Of course, AFCTA is there. UNDP can work closely with AFCTA and other institutions to grow that market. That's why, again, corridor development is very important. Whether you frame it very high level or low level, at the end of the day, what we want is economic transformation. And what we have seen earlier, you presented, is not giving that comfort to say that at the end of whatever this program will achieve, we will arrive at that. Personally, I'm tired of these skill policies and that. But what we want to do, how do we transform those into economic activities or programs that will solve the problem of development of the continent, economic transformation? Otherwise, what we have done 2 days is going to go to waste. Particularly, focus should be on commercial, transactional, creation of a system of processes that enable, particularly the financial aspect of it, to say that we have the capital market. How do we work within the capital market to ensure that we are able to create the market, to ensure that we have the skill, to ensure that we have the industrial hubs to the corridor to be able to transform. Otherwise, we're going to work hard and the export is going to other market. Thank you.
Thanks. Good additional points. I have also my own view, but we will certainly discuss later. But I know colleagues also will share. We need to find the balance between the development and then the commercial ambition, and how do we also scale what is working and add new element. But thanks for your points, colleagues. Yes, we had. Yes, please, you can take it, and then Isiaka, and the other, then Jide. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I think I just want to echo perhaps what Kosi has mentioned. And I think the framing that, or perhaps the relabeling of the policy, knowledge generation, and etc. that Max has done, I think leads us to that point where we are not looking at almost activity level kind of work, but really looking at what is the transformation that we are looking at the end. So perhaps something around that. But I'm also keen to understand, I know there are some players in this space, in this room, who are working on data already, and perhaps working on a lot of other things, whether there will be a process where we actually look at who is doing what where. Because I think a lot of the times, especially as UN agencies, we end up competing in the same space and almost replicating. And I know Muku said to me yesterday, just because you've got one tuck shop doesn't mean you can't have 10 others. But perhaps it's about what the tuck shops are selling. Thanks.
Thank you, Isiaka, then Jide. But I also ask colleagues, when we are talking about the transformation, we should also look into the UNDP mandate, what UNDP can do versus what others can do. UNDP cannot do also everything. Yeah, but Country Office, you will confirm or not later. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Komi. Just I would like to come back on what Max said. How really to see how we can frame this program to have this transformative changes. So for me, what UNDP can do is how UNDP can help to shift the agenda really from specific extractive to ecosystems. And I think we can reflect as a portfolio to say what system shift we need really to transform this mineral sector to ecosystem change. So what we will ask, what are the mutual reinforcing interventions that can change the system? So, for example, for what can be done on governance, I think this is what we can do on the pillar 1. Just to ask the question, what intervention we need in terms of governance to change the system. The second is what we can be done on enterprises sides. And also what can be done on financing. I think we put the pillar on financing. What can be done on regional value chains, and what can be done on skill and jobs. We have also this. And what can be done on community resilience. I think this aspect is very important to see in terms of inclusion and in terms of community resilience. So I am asking if maybe there is not a need to have some preliminary work in terms of system reflection, and to see how we can really identify this cross-cutting intervention that can help to have this shift and this system transformation. So this is my proposition.
Okay, thanks for those important points. Noted. Ecosystem approach. Jide, please. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Komi. So what have we done in UNDP over the last few years, and why should we do things differently? I think that is really important. What we have done through our natural resource governance program has largely been supporting artisanal mining. It has been very much micro in nature. It has not necessarily fostered any degree of structural transformation. And this is where there is a deficit. So I think what we want to do through this program is to directly contribute towards prosperity. And that is why I hear a number of the colleagues talking about structural economic transformation. And I do believe that is where we find consensus. Now, if what we are going to be doing is going to contribute to prosperity, then we are in the right direction. If it is going to ensure that we continue to do what we've been doing for the last decade around critical minerals, then we're in the wrong direction. So I do have a couple of points to make, building on what colleagues have said. The first is that we need to understand that we are not working in isolation from other massive projects that have been deployed over the last few years. If I think about DRC, we are doing PUDC, $600 million, right? And that PUDC is currently concentrated around rural communities. To what extent can we have linkages between the theory of change of PUDC and what we're trying to do with mineral communities in DRC. I think that is really important as we think about the next step. So I do agree with what Isiaka has said in terms of thinking in terms of systems. When it comes to Timbuktu, what we are also trying to achieve there really speaks to not just technology and innovation, but speaks to self-employment. And so what we should be thinking about within the context of the Critical Minerals Program is complementary interventions. And what could those complementary interventions be? Number one, it is facilitating regional cooperation for value addition and corridor development. I think this is really important as a complementary intervention that we want to support. So whether it is doing this mapping, we talked about mapping, working with ECA on that, mapping the entire value chain around those corridors as a way of catalyzing investment and partnerships. That is something that we can do, right? The second is really around strengthening institutions. Because we've talked about governance for the last couple of days. And if we get governance right, then we can get negotiation right, and we can obviously attract the right types of partnership. So how do we do that? Through our technical assistance. I think this is something that I find to be very useful. And the third point is really around market and enterprises. How do you connect opportunities with the right markets? And markets will be anchored on varied partnerships, not just the traditional donors that we've been talking to, but very diverse partnerships that will work for Africa's development. Maybe the fourth point that we could consider is really having partnership as a standalone accelerator. Partnership, technology, and innovation as a standalone innovator. But those first 3 points that I've mentioned, regional cooperation, the point around strengthening institutions, and facilitating access to market, and also building enterprises, would really be an excellent departure from the past. Thank you.
Thanks as well, Jide, for those additional points. I think indeed, yeah, I think where we are going, again, the prosperity dimension, which is quite important in terms of the overall development ambition, but now using the system approach, which can be indeed framed around the regional cooperation and corridor with some piloting value chains. The institutional strengthening, I think, governance again, and also the market, which link to the linkage enterprises. So I think all these are coming to various kind of ways to see the same thing for me. Now, of course, today we, in 1 hour and 30 we can't develop a whole log frame, but I think we have the foundation to do that. So I don't know if from this side anyone wanted to add. Yes, Chris and, okay, Charlie, then Chris, yes.
Just a small point.
Challenges we see in various parts of the continent where you have the offtake agreements are already signed well in advance. So even if the copper is there in Zambia, someone's already waiting for it overseas and nothing stays in country. But I think there's a business case, a strong business case to be made. And I think that the knowledge generation part is there or could be done by UNDP. And the other part is we're involved in another project, major project with a lot of UK government funding around circularity on energy generation. Essentially what the project is looking at is can you take bits of electric vehicles and repurpose them to then be part of renewable energy generation microgrids. It involves a lot of engineering, but there's a sort of a lesson there that there is available finance within the donor space for these sort of things that target, and they wouldn't just we talk about ASM as if it's one holistic thing. It's everything from, one person with a trowel all the way up through to quite semi-industrial mining. And I think it's at that semi-industrial level where you've got quite large community engagement and these ideas around, how to do these things cheaply and effectively does quite often involve recycling, repurposing, reutilization. And again, I think that in terms of the knowledge generation, that's an interesting space that fits under this point around market development and enterprise development, and is something that is quite popular with donors, if we're going to be,
Great. Thanks for the additions. Charlie,
Yeah, thank you so much, Akomi. I think Chris just took the words out of my mouth. But I think just to add and to build on what Jide said, in terms of, I think, market linkages and enterprise development, I think that the Fly Development Program is a good case for UNDP to really build on, especially that it's actually been anchored in the mining sector for both Botswana and Zambia. So we do have a good case of how transformational that has been and how it has led to a strengthening of the ecosystem around mining. So that's really a good case that we can leverage in terms of market linkages, enterprise development, but also as an avenue for industrialization and import substitution. Because the goal is really not just, how do we link perhaps a trader to a big off-taker? It's really, are they in manufacturing? Because that is where the opportunities for local development, opportunities for job creation, opportunities for transformation at household level lie. It's really in terms of how do we grow the local MSMEs that are then able to plug into the large mining value chain. So I think the SDP, we have a good case and a good opportunity to leverage and really expand that into the program. Thank you.
I can confirm that by also working with you on SDP. RR, please.
I'm going to take a different dimension to this conversation. I know ultimately we are looking at a program of I'm just going back to why we are here. And of course, if I look at the background of why we are here, it's really about seeing how we help the continent translate its resources, to put it bluntly, into an industrial asset and to forge an industrialization journey for this continent, right? And yesterday we spoke about the development case, we spoke about the gaps, which equals opportunities, not just for UNDP, but for all players in those areas with the different hats that they wear, and of course the financing. And I'm just looking at this audience, and Jide, this is maybe just for us. We don't have all the players right now around the table who are in that space, right? And I'm wondering, and I agree with what Max was saying, the framing and how you did it, and all the elements of what we discussed can be framed under those bigger chapeau, which is governance, etc., right? So I'm not going to go there. But I'm wondering whether a different way to do it, and of course it doesn't have to be now or today, is what will it take for the continent to move towards that industrialization agenda that we want it to be, for prosperity for all, etc., right? Which is what we want. And then who are in that space once we've defined, and we started doing it yesterday, but this 2 days is not enough for that, but it's a good starting point. Who is in that space when it comes to what is required for the continent to get there? And many of the elements we've discussed, for those who have taken notes, we'll find that. And then for UNDP specifically now, where is our space given our comparative advantage? Just to put it very simplistically. Whether it's supplier development that our colleague from Zambia talk about, whether it's innovation that you talk about, linking it to Unipod, work that is scaling up as we speak, whether it's our work on sustainable finance that we have. Max is the director of the Africa Sustainable Finance Hub, and I just joined them for a retreat, and there were lots of things coming out in terms of our sustainable finance offer, which I guess now needs to be tailored to the critical mineral sector, right? But the offer is there. So, and then I guess, Jide, that will give us a better understanding of, and also links to the director from AU about duplication, right? First of all, we need to know who does what. And I feel this audience is a bit restrictive. I think you mentioned, Chris, UNIDO. Someone mentioned UNIDO yesterday. So I guess also within the UN system, we will need to have a bit of unpacking to do, so that within the system, we are also very coherent. But that's more internal, and we will, I'm sure, Jide has already thought about it. But I'm thinking more of those big external players who are not here. So maybe it's worth thinking of where we want to take the continent when it comes to critical mineral and how to get to an industrialization journey. And then now, once we are clear on what it takes, who is already doing what? And probably because they are strong in those areas, maybe they should be leading on that, and others should not be in that space. And where are those spaces where also UN, and now specific, I'm repeating myself, but I think you get what I'm saying. I'm just turning it around as an approach, because I think we've got a lot of solid elements here, which then will help us calibrate and frame that offer. Just a suggestion, but we can discuss further on I just have some ideas on that. Thanks.
Yeah. Good point. Thanks very much. Indeed, I think, again, I think that's one point we noted, who is doing what, which I think is important. And this is also part of knowing who is doing what, but I'm sure we will do more in terms of consultation again, including our other UN sisters, UNIDO, UNCTAD, UNEP, and others.
Komi, if I may just add, it's not about starting with who is doing what. It's starting with what will it take for the continent to get there, to be an industrialized continent agenda and for the prosperity of everyone. Once this is clear, because we are going very specific, we don't want to know what UNIDO is doing across the whole spectrum. We want to know what UNIDO is doing. I'm just speaking on UNIDO. In that space, we want to take the continent to that next level. So, yeah, we need to start differently.
Sequencing.
Thanks.
Okay, sequencing is important in a nutshell. Marit, yeah, please come back before I give the final word to the panelists. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. I think, yeah, the framing is important. I think that's what we've been doing. And again, sorry to be coming back again to the Africa Green Mineral Strategy. It's really about industrialization. It's about how you go from critical minerals or green minerals to the strategy. And I like, Charlie mentioned the industrial ecosystem around how to do it. And that encompasses whatever Jide was saying. And when you think about how to industrialize, then everything comes in, the jobs, the things, and what Jide says. So I think the framing is okay. And what other actors are doing, again, we are UN, so there is this UN CETM task force. And UNDP is one of the ones leading, actually, one of those task force on AR1, on the actionable recommendation 1, which is on value addition, benefit sharing, and diversification, with UNCTAD and UNIDO. This is the two on traceability is also UNCTAD plus regional economic communities, commissions like ECA and stuff. All I'm saying is that there are structures, and I since we are here with UNDP, I feel like you are a bit absent in that space. You should come back. Because you are given but yeah, it's internally for you, but there are spaces for that. But I think what Charlie mentioned and what Jide mentioned for UNDP, that is the framing. I think you have the comparative advantage. Other things, you know, some of us who's been in the space, we know it's done, but these specific things, this ecosystem around industrial systems and the soft ones, I think you would have a much better, yeah, thank you.
Good. Well, all these points are helping shaping the program. What should be the priority, which I do believe will then be again confirmed with, validated with all the speaking to many of the partners. But I don't know if my panelists, back to you, you have in 1 minute, last maybe reflection on the strategic priorities defined. 1 minute each. Director?
Thank you very much. I think we have all the ingredients, or we have all the dishes without clarity as to which would go to breakfast, which will go to lunch, which will go to supper, which I believe is okay. We will have to have another session of internal think tanks to process the output of the day and then synthesize it to clarify the goals and the context and fit of UNDP. But for me, the critical thing is that we are talking about a cross-cutting programming that has to be transformational. It has to be transformational, and in that context, it has to be uncomfortable. We should not try to fit what is being discussed in this room to our current comfortable realities. We should be having the appetite to break the walls and come up with new ways of delivery. Sometimes we try, and the default is where we were. If you burn your fingers or you feel the heat, you go back to where we. So the structures that are in place should be our guiding principles. And if you see yourself doing things like the way you've been doing, then there's no transformation. So for me, it's let's be okay with becoming uncomfortable and trading on uncharted territories. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Chris?
Thank you. Well, look, I think it's not for me anymore. It's for the UNDP. One thing I would say is that, bringing it all together and, the G-Day's pillars, there's something in there as the sort of the flagship or the North Star around connecting citizens, value chains and countries around critical minerals that can encapsulate that, the citizen-centric development and transformation model, and the citizen centricity of it also encapsulates the governance angle, because that's ultimately what governance is for. It's for ensuring that the benefits are felt by the people. It also encapsulates that the country offices and the connections between country offices and other entities. UNDP has a unique almost ability for some of the interconnectedness on this, because unlike some of the other regional organizations, it does have very good people across the board in the different countries. So there's a role for UNDP within that. And the value proposition, I think that encapsulating that value, even at its broadest, you're able to then leverage the intentions of donor partners and the private sector to be able to support on this. And I think that both donors and the private sector are looking for that, who can do the development angle technically that they can't. And I think that particularly the industry would welcome some interventions around that, because they're not development specialists. They know it and we know it. So that would be my overall high level. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Kalonde, please.
For me, I think it's just in line with what has already been discussed in relation to prosperity. Because again, we have mentioned the aspect of data. And then this is something that has really been missing in most of the countries, to say, we have got the minerals, but where are they? And if we know where are they, how much of it is actually available? So I think this is a huge opportunity as we are going to drive towards industrialization, to always ensure that the type of technology that is going to be used to ensure that we have the accurate data, and then in turn give support to the startups and the innovators across the whole continent to ensure that we're able to give support. And as Madam Charlie had earlier mentioned, with the type of programs such as the SDP, which is directly giving opportunities to the local manufacturing industries in the country. But then again, what my initial thoughts are is that the program that is going to be running should be quite replicable in other countries as well, such that for one critical mineral, and there's a development of how we're going to be able to execute it. If it's 1 million that is in the country Zambia, once we go to DRC, the same value chain is not completely changed, and we can be able to execute. But ultimately, we should be able to create a program that is going to be able to go for a very long time and ensure that the future generation already know exactly how best they can be able to play in relation to the minerals we already have as a continent. Thank you.
Great. All great points. I know colleagues also are already working on the kind of theory of change mapping framework. Look, I think it's good from the pillars, which we started with. I think always good to start with something. Then we moved to the strategy priorities. And I'm sure by the time we see the last version of the program, things we might end up with 2, 3 strategy priorities only, because maybe others are also covering sufficiently. But what we agree is the overall objective is really to support that structural transformation and socioeconomic transformation. I add social transformation, not only economic transformation, which should be translated on the ground. If we have a good understanding, that value we want to create, including in local communities, and the value creation also includes job creation for the youth. And how do we also support, for instance, SMEs to really create those numbers and large corporate. But let's also not forget that mining is capital intensive, so that's why that value addition, industrialization is needed, but this might be also kind of medium to long term, again, strategy where we still need to continue managing the resources, which I think the governance pillar is quite important. So there's that strategy priority in terms of strengthening institutions, coordination, integration for value addition and management of resource rents. The second key aspect, again, when we talk about regional value chains, and then I think there we have a lot to do, opportunities for regional value chain creation and AFCFTA, regional, but depending also on that's, I think, is the second point. Enterprise development, I think, is quite important. We account for the power is dominated development. Making for some level of value innovation technology as enabler. Maybe be seen after. Yeah, I think on the point. Thank you.
Chop. Good man. Unanzi.
Good man. Bonanza.
Chop.
Yeah. Good man. Bonanza. Chop.
Chop. Good man. Unanzi. Gut, Mann. Unanzi.
Gut, Mann. Bonanz. Yeah. Gut, Mann. Bonanz. Chop, 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 chop.
Chop, 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 chop. Gut, Mann. Unanzi. chop. Good man. Unanzi.
Good man. Bonanza.
Chop, chop.
Yeah. Good man. Bonanza. Chop, 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 chop.
Chop, 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 chop. Good man. Unanzi.
Good man. Bonanza.
Yes, sound check. Thank you. It's Anioka Kubede on the live streaming. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, welcome back. I think we're going to get started. Do I have my panelists? Okay, welcome back, colleagues. As expected in the afternoon, I think we lose a few people, but hopefully they'll be joining so that we can have a consensus. So on this next session, we're talking about the development offer that's emerging. And what we have done is we've been patiently listening to all the discussions from this morning, from yesterday, and understanding what's emerging. Thank you, Komi, for your earlier session. I think it really helped to anchor the discussion and get a lot more specific. So we'll ask for you all to validate this as we look to this next session. So this will happen in twofold. So one, I will share and present some of the things that we're hearing and how it translates to programmatic offers. And hopefully that will be projected on the screen soon. And then secondly, we're going to hear from Karabo from APRM. We're going to hear from Kosi from UNDP. We're going to hear from Isiaka from UNDP, from our inclusive growth team. And what we will be hearing from them is how does their specific work respond to what we're hearing? So for example, from Karabo, we've spoken around the APRM 2023 report that looked at natural resource governance, and there were some key recommendations that emerged. How are we addressing some of these recommendations? We know that there's been a lot of work done, and we should not be working in silos. So let's build on those evidence, let's build on that knowledge. Similarly, on Auda Nepad, Kosi, you gave us a teaser yesterday around the regional compact in the context of bankable proposals. So it'd be really great as well to hear a bit more in terms of what does that mean? How does this translate to? We also were talking about where are our next regional corridors? What are the value chains? So how are we responding to that based on what we're seeing? And then finally from Isiaka, as you know, UNDP has been working on this critical minerals, and we've been getting a lot of requests from our country offices. So really hearing around what are some of the demands, what are some of the support that's needed from a governance lens, given that this has been a core emphasis. So I'll just spend a few moments just to talk through what's on the screen. So the first is, and we'll share this with you. So what we wanted to do is, what is the problem diagnostic that we've been hearing over the course of the 2 days? And some of the things that we've heard is around fragmented implementation and slow delivery in a time where things are moving very quickly. Low beneficiation and weak regional value chain. How do we build on those? Limited suppliers, development, jobs, and industrialization. So really looking at how this impacts livelihoods and job opportunities. How do we also have better investor confidence and more bankable pipeline? How do we also look at the fiscal space in countries to promote development and transformational opportunities, right? So essentially what's emerging from some of the core problems, and this of course simplified, as it's difficult to, you can write a whole PhD thesis on this, and Chris has done so. But for simplification and looking at how do we take this forward, these are some of the things that have been emerging. And so looking through this, going to the next slide, please. What we've essentially done, next slide please, is starting to look at some of the, how do we address some of the key problems? I think it's still showing the old slide. Oh, okay. David, can you go to the next slide please? Yes, there we go. So as you see, what we've tried to do is, what are some of the key points, pain points and challenges that we've been hearing, and how can we provide some programmatic responses to this? So for instance, coordination and delivery has been emphasized again and again, and we've also talked about, there's no single conductor that's working across the AU recs and the different country offices. How can this programmatic pillar respond to some of these fragmentations, and supporting, AU rec-led corridor development? How do we support policy harmonization? How do we support regional value chain? So this essential first pillar is looking at operationalizing regional cooperation and value addition, which Jide mentioned in the previous slide, in the previous session. Then the second was around the gaps that we're hearing around capacity and skills. So gaps in the mining, around negotiation capabilities, country institutions, how do we ensure a governance approach? We also spoke about how do you have mechanism like parliamentary oversights when it comes to some of these negotiations? How do you also build systems and skills around industrialization and supply development, jobs value chain? So in the second pillar that we're proposing is very much focused on how do we support, and here our competitive advantage is working through our UNDP country offices. How do we provide support around governance through technical assistance that we can provide in negotiations, in fiscal management, in regulatory spaces? And this is where I'll prompt Isiaka to speak a bit more about what we have been hearing from our country offices to support member states. What are some of those demands and requests that we're receiving? And do we have capacity within this program to service those? The third challenge that we were hearing was around a lot of limited knowledge and also data, but also trust in those data points. So for instance, we have very limited geological markets and investment intelligence, and often when we come to these tables, we're not in an equal playing field as we don't have those insights. But we've also heard from colleagues that there are these societies that exist, these foundations, these networks. So how do we build on those? And how do we also, through this knowledge, also have better confidence in the infrastructure and our engagement with investors, but also specifically the citizens? And of course, as UNDP being very people-centered, how do we ensure that is also translated in our offering? So this comes to pillar 3, where we look at skills, technology, intelligence, and economic participation. It's quite broad, and I don't think we can do this alone, but who can we work with? Is AUDA NEPAD already working on this space? Are APRM working on this? Who are some of those key partners that we should be partnering with? Because it's not for us to walk alone. So here, I really would love, in the opening discussions, to hear from you. Does this resonate? Is this within UNDP's comparative advantage? Are there other actors working in this space? And then finally, the pillar around capital. So one of the challenges we heard was around bankability and existing capital, and specifically here around domestic capital, capital markets being often underused. And also, what are some of those promising opportunities that we can have through bankable proposals? But in these bankable proposals, we also need feasibility studies. That requires capital to invest in, right? So how do we, in Pillar 4, look at productive capital, industrial capability, and market access? Both Jide and Max were echoing this earlier today. So how can we, through this particular offering, support a pipeline of bankable proposals, support supply development around market access, blended financing, and also this discussion around de-risking, with the aim that the outcome of these efforts would lead to Africa's critical mineral endowment being translated into coherent regional implementation, value addition, and AFCFTA anchored value chains, supply development, decent jobs, investor confidence, and bankable pipeline, all aligned with in Agenda 2063 and its second year 10-year implementation plan. So Madam Bosso is not here, but one of the things that we could be discussing is how does this comprehensive package be featured in some of the flagship initiatives in the 10-year implementation plan. So this was a joint effort from the team to try and consolidate what we're hearing, but of course, we want to interrogate this forward to better understand, does this align with some of the comparative advantage? And given that all of you are coming from various different angles, it would be beneficial to see this from the regional, global, continental, as well as the country level. So with that, as we turn to the panel, I think what would be really great to hear is how some of the ongoing work, ongoing initiatives either reinforce this, or how do we work through a partnership approach. And so with that, perhaps Kosi, I will start with you from the regional lens around the regional compact. It would be really great to hear your perspective and also learn a bit more about what AUDA NEPAD is doing in this space.
Thank you, and welcome everyone from the long lunch. I hope you know I'm not going to bore you so that you sleep. So I have the hard task to ensure that you guys don't sleep. So, okay. I think I will start with, from the NEPAD perspective, what we have been doing. And I'm glad that in this room I have Dr. Merritt, I've got also Muku, and other colleagues that are not here. Why did I mention their name? 3 years ago, we had a similar gathering whereby we're looking into what we should do with regard to the implementation of an AMV. Because it was critical for us to ensure that looking at what was happening and looking at the mineral landscape, it was good that we reinforce and reintroduce AMV in the mineral sector, so that we have a level of governance and also looking into the future. Hence, we met with African Development Bank, UNECA, Oxfam, African Union Commission, AMGC, other partners like ACL and private sector, and also some of the non-profit organizations. Out of that discussion, what we came with was what we call Continental Extractive Industry Program, which have linked 5 projects, particularly looking at the capacity strengthening of AMV, government, private, particularly with geological survey, looking into legal aspect, contracting, and with the lens of AMV. Then also we look at the ESME's value chain, particularly looking at how do we graduate the SME from artisanal to one day junior miners. That it was very important for us because anything that we'll do anchored on the ASME, because that's where you have the bulk of the population, particularly women and youth, acting in that sector. And not only that, but how do we ensure that we make sense of the chaos that surrounded through a process of formalization, through a process of supporting them. When I mean supported, to create a financing mechanism that look into invoicing finance, CapEx, and also looking at the market and ensuring that we can be able to provide a facility to the tune of $20 million to enable them to transact, access market, resources, equipment, and other important elements that will ensure that in the long run during the value chain, then we can aggregate them in terms of adding value to what they are doing. Then also we look into what we call AMV, industrialization hub, that link to the corridors, because that's where we talk about the core, one of the core principles of AU, which is regional integration. We are not just linking two economic nodes, but using the aggregation from the ASMEs, transformation, and adding value through a process that bring about value addition, manufacturing, but linked to the infrastructure corridors that we have, because you need energy, you need infrastructure, you need human capital to be able to do that. And for that to succeed and have what we call transform green industrialization, then you require what we call project pipeline, because the SME alone will not fit into that. Hence, we develop what we call AMV project pipeline. Those project pipeline focus on what we call brownfield and greenfield. In a sense that we want to increase the investment in the continent. And to be able to do that, you need to look at the brownfield, greenfield, project de-risking, project financing, looking at the regional capital market, taking those projects to the international market, and having a platform where you're able to attract investors. And for that, we initially look at a facility of 60 million. Then we revisited that process whereby just individual project de-risk will not add much value compared to having a class of asset. Then that class of asset look into what we call a number of projects that is de-risk, because you're looking at minimum of 5 to maximum of 10 up across a certain number of countries. And the advantages about that process are also looking at integration. And the result of that will lead to what we call a bankable asset, which will be able to invest up to between minimum of 100 billion up to trillions of dollars. Then you change the narrative, through that process, then what is happening, you change the narrative. You have resources, you have investment, you have the industrialization hub, you solve the problem of ASMEs, and you upscale the entire ecosystem in terms of government, in terms of data availability. Then now you move to a level whereby not only you have the resource, but now you are really doing a transformative economic transformation within the continent. But that will not happen if the last leg, which is Afro Hackathon, and what we call research innovation linkages. Because whether you like it or not, there are labs across the globe that are evolving, using the material to develop a new technology. Then should Africa be able to catch up? Then we need to focus on those ones. That's why we're looking into the Afro Hackathon. The new researchers or new players within the market that will be able to come one day, the big players on the continent. So for us, it's about logical value chain, from scale to junior miners to the regional hubs transformation to the project pipeline, and using what we call the research innovation to be able to support. Then the loop is now closed because you do a circle whereby you start all over again. For us, this is what we are doing. And more importantly, over that period of time, we understand one thing, that it's not about NEPAD. NEPAD alone cannot do that. That's what, in that implementation, AMDC is playing very, very, very important key. They are co-implementers, as well as African Commission, as well as also African Development Bank, because of the banking system that will be involved in that. Particularly also, we understand that if we don't involve the private sector, we will not be able to succeed, particularly the banks. Right now, we are working with Standard Bank, in terms of regional bank, DBSA and African Development Bank, and also Equity Bank. And we just approached EcoBank because of the mechanism we are putting in place to be able to ensure that we have the key players and we have the financier around that. And when we go to the local regional capital market, we have the support system to be able to attract investors. So this is what we are doing, and we've already started the implementation in terms of some of the work that we've done so far. I think I've taken too long in terms of what we're doing. I will stop there. If there's any question, I will respond to that.
Thank you so much, and it was really great to hear the specific work that has been done, and there's clear complementarities with the Pillar 2 that we were speaking about. So it's important to hear what's already out there. We'll turn to APRM. So in 2023, you had done a report around the natural resource governance, and there was a set of recommendations that was made. So perhaps you can speak about the process, but also what you're seeing as emerging.
Thank you so much, Fatma. And thank you for inviting the APRM to this very important program development workshop. So in 2025, the APRM embarked on the development of the Africa Governance Report, which is a biannual report that is developed to focus on important or impending governance issues on the continent. And of course, we had realized that as a factor of unconstitutional changes of government, the governance of natural resources is often a trigger. And so the report focused on mineral resource governance, also on land and marine resources. But for today, I will just be looking at the aspect on mineral resource governance. So of course, the report had many recommendations and findings. The first being that we only utilize 10 to 15% of the value derived from our natural resources. And so, like we have already spoken about over the last 2 days in terms of governance, one of the highlights that we had in the report is that there's a lack of prerequisite expertise within national concession commissions. We found this both for mineral or mining concessions, as well as land concessions. Oh, by the way, we have the QR code to the report there if you would like to scan it so that you can get the recommendations for yourself. And so this obviously also impacts the ability of governments to negotiate properly, and which also means that there's a limited lack of transparency and public accessibility to that to mining details. So the report recommended that we develop and standardize both national and regional policies, and we have harmonization of inter-regional agreements in order to enhance overall regional negotiation. Another interesting impact of not having capacity to negotiate was that countries often find themselves in what we call the neighborhood effect. That countries will often compete for foreign investment, and so the terms perhaps set in Botswana will be different for those set in South Africa. And that means that they're competing, whereas if we had harmonization of our standards, then we would be the ones in a powerful position to negotiate those contracts. And again, the report recommends enforcing the Africa Mining Vision through national level legislation and guarantees of beneficiation and local content. Of course, this includes environmental safeguards. And I think we spoke about enhancing our ESG frameworks. And so we also point to that. In terms of enhancing revenue management, the AGR 25 recommends that we increase public investment in economic sectors, as well as infrastructure, which we spoke about quite, I think. We spoke about both data and both digital and structural infrastructure yesterday. So these are some of our recommendations. But of course, as we look at how we can optimize revenue management, one of the initiatives that the APRM is working on is the establishment of the Africa Credit Rating Agency. Now, we spoke a lot yesterday about improving capital markets. And in terms of mining, we will find that the cost of borrowing is quite high for African countries. And it's not, it's a what can I say? It's quite a complex problem because it starts at the rating. We have the big three, S&P, Moody's, and Fitch. And the way in which they rate African countries impacts the ability to borrow. And so with the APRM, we would suggest or propose that UNDP work with us to facilitate the development of this Africa Credit Rating Agency. As we are aware, the top 10 growing economies are in Africa, but the risk isn't properly measured or assessed. Often, when credit ratings measure what we call the ratings, it's based on willingness, governance revenue, and willingness. So governance revenue is obviously based on specific measures, but willingness is often based on the rating agency's perceptions. And only S&P have an office in Africa. The rest are based in London or the West. And so without those, without having a nuanced understanding of the context, the African context, then it means that it's likely that the ratings are always low. Another thing that the Africa Credit Rating Agency is trying to promote is to retain the net flow of capital and the movement of capital in Africa, to make sure that we maintain our resources within the continent. And we spoke very much about sovereign wealth funds, which we often get from our mining industries. But often those are invested, again, outside Africa. And I think Antonio Guterres spoke in Kenya this week, and he was talking about how the global financial architecture is not set up for developing countries. We find that countries will pay 3 times more than a developed country for the cost of borrowing. And so, yes, UNDP could support these efforts to ensure that they are context-specific. And I think also just to note, one of the biggest institutional investors in Africa, which is the Public Investment Corporation, they have an asset management of about $142 billion US. And so we spoke yesterday about having African-based and African-led investment banks and investment institutions. We do have them, but unfortunately they can't invest in mining companies in our countries if they don't know what the risk profile is and the risk appetite. And only African institutions or an African rating agency can provide the most, if I could say, context-specific rating. So I've gone a bit on about that, but I think the issue of capital markets was very pertinent to our conversations yesterday. Again, another issue that I don't think we touched on was the nexus between mineral resource governance, peace, and security. And with this, I would like perhaps the UNDP to look into the impact of illegal mining as well as illicit mineral resource extraction on the continent. Perhaps we spoke about issues of security earlier, but this is going to require a whole of government approach in which there is harmonization between countries, between corridors that we spoke of, as well as implementation through security measures. And so that's something for the UNDP to look at. I have several recommendations here, such as developing artisanal and small-scale mining. We must also capacitate our public institutions, especially through improving our measuring instruments, as well as our geological and survey instruments. These are often not updated, and we don't have enough public funding to improve those. Again, which I've mentioned, is to develop, standardize, and harmonize the intergenerational agreements. And I think I'll just stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think quite a few things that you touched on, I just want to highlight as we ask Isiaka to take the floor. Around the point around access to markets and supporting standardization, I think this has also come up in one of the pillars that we're looking to provide support on. And so it's good to see that this is very much aligned with the recommendations. I think the point around the neighborhood effect and countries competing with one another, I think this is where the regional window and us coming in could really help foster that in terms of standardization and ensuring that there's coordination, but also instead of competition, there's more collaboration. Around the point around partnership and around the Africa credit rating, this really enforces what Jide, you were saying earlier around we have a number of different initiatives at UNDP. We talked about PUDC, we talked about Timbuktu, but we're also working with, we have an initiative on credit rating where we're already working with APRM, and there's discussions about expanding that conversations with ECA and AFDB. So the good thing is that a lot of these things are in motion, but it's to see how they're coordinated in this framing around critical minerals. And on your last point, and I think this is where I want to segue to Isiaka, where we talk about this nexus approach, one of the policy papers that we've commissioned that's coming out hopefully in the coming weeks, where we looked at the political economy, but also looked at what is some of the political economy around natural resource governance, and where we looked at also Nigeria. And so the point that you're talking about illicit extractions was very much featured. So perhaps coming back to our country level support and some of these all of us society approach, looking at how to support countries around some of these pain points, but also around this nexus around peace and security. Maybe Isiaka, you can speak about what kind of support have we been given to countries? What are some of the requests that are coming in from our country office to support our government counterparts?
Thank you, Fatima. Bonsoir, tout le monde. So, as our inclusive growth team, which become now prosperity and well-being team at the regional service center. So we started by reflecting on, based on the development challenges in the continent, and also taking into account this new shift in the new strategic plan for UNDP, the shift from fighting against poverty to really how we can push prosperity in our countries. So our analysis on the development of in Africa, we observe that really the top-down approach of development has to be supplemented by the bottom-up approach. So it not means that to let the top down, but how we can supplement, because in general the vulnerable and the poor population are at the local level in general. So if you want really to push prosperity in Africa, you have to target where the vulnerable and poor population are active. So it's why we developed our offer around how really to take all the opportunities we have in Africa and to build really the development strategy around these opportunities. And we know that in many Africa countries, the main opportunities are these huge natural resources that we have. In mining, we have land, arable lands. We have water. We have opportunity on tourism, on blue economy. So we develop an approach to say how we can harness this natural resource to really, and we know that in many cases the natural resources are at the local level, often at the rural areas. So how we can imagine a system transformation around this natural resource. So it's why really what we are doing here is very relevant, because our approach is to apply this offer on each kind of natural resource we have. So in general, we receive this last times from country office to how we can support to develop a portfolio on inclusive growth, and by extension now on prosperity and well-being. So we did at the end of last year something in Gambia. We are working with Mozambique, and in 2 weeks we'll start working with Eswatini. We are working with Ethiopia on the development of this kind of program. So this can apply indeed for mineral sector. So the approach is to say how we see at the system, not at the sectoral. So if we have a natural resource, the exploitation of this natural resource, which kind of value added we need to develop around this sector? Which kind of institutions we need to well manage this natural resource? How we can link this value chains and the objectives of FCFTA? how we can link the exploitation of this natural resource with the sustainability, how we can link this with the involvement really of local population to be part of this exploitation. So this is how we reflect in terms of system, and we get together all the different actors. In terms of UNDP support, how the other teams in governance, in environment, teams in charge of gender, how we can come in and to say what will be the role of this team really to reflect at the system. If we want to involve women, if we want to involve youth, do you have a good profile of the youth? How we can take into account the issue of the sustainability work of them? Which kind of institution we need? We work with the governance, and which kind of capacity we need for the local authorities, etc., around this sector. So it's why we reflect as a system. But also, we have a specific request to develop a policy in this sector. It's why we, in general, in the critical minerals, the request we receive is to help countries to develop a policy, to develop a program and strategy on this. But we go beyond really this individual sector and to see what is the implication of the different actors. So it's why this also give us which kind of partnership we need really to push this system shift, not only internally as a different team, but what kind of partnership we need really, because, for example, if we reflect on a specific value chain, which needs to have infrastructure, road, etc. So we need to talk to other partners like FDB, like World Bank. How can we have this policy coherence in order to say that even if we develop this value chain, if we don't have sufficient efficient road, we cannot attain the different market. So how to extend this partnership beyond UNDP with the other partners, and this is the kind of advice we give to the different government.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Isiak. I think you reinforced quite a few things that emphasize what UNDP's comparative advantage. One is the fact that we work across the whole of society, the work with the governance colleagues, the climate colleagues, to look at this very holistically. And how do we link with the AFCFTA? How do we engage local communities to be part of this value chain and ensuring coherence? So I think there's a lot of the existing work that you guys have been working on that can be built upon this program, because we're not starting from scratch. So if we can just pull back the demand-driven offer that we had on the slide, I guess the floor now is open. We have, I would say, 20 minutes. This will be our last substantive session. The next session will be implementation and roadmap. So I think if there's nothing that we haven't discussed or there's any burning points that we should be considering, I think now would be the time, so that we can ensure that that's taken into account in the program design. So the floor is open, colleagues. You can respond or ask questions to the speakers, but also welcome your thoughts around what has been already produced, around some of the key pillars. Some of the things that come to mind is this capturing all the areas that we had discussed over the course of the 2 days. Is this really within UNDP's comparative advantage? We don't want it to be a wish list. We do want it to be something that can programmatically be delivered. Partnerships. There are a lot of work that's already ongoing. We've heard out of NEPAD, APRM, there are already ongoing efforts. How do we work together to leverage some of these? So by any show of hands, please let me know if you want to take the floor. And I know it's afternoon session, but the good thing is that we're closing after this, so it's the last stretch. So thank you, Chris, for breaking the silence.
Sorry. So one is the comparison and learning from the credit ratings and an African credit ratings agency. And one of the external perceptions of that and one of the debates was around trust. And again, the point that was raised yesterday around, do we trust people to mark their own homework? So has that debate been resolved, and what are the lessons, kind of transferable lessons from that into the mining space? Another question is perhaps more for sort of UNDP and the scope of what could be done. The issue around illegal mining was brought up. One of the challenges within illegal mining, or one of the drivers, the World Gold Council are looking at the causes of illegal mining in the gold industry in the Sahel and West Africa. Obviously, there's a lot of drivers. One part of it that they've identified is the reliance of artisanal miners on pre-financing. So traders give the individuals the money that they need up front in order for all of the costs and so on, and the mercury and everything involved in that. And that locks then the producers into those relationships with those traders, and quite often there's an overlap between those traders and malign actors, either domestic non-state armed groups or international malign actors. And I don't want to be a geopolitical conversation, but we know sort of who some of those people are in the Sahel. So that's also a broader question of that, you know, is that within the scope of UNDP work for breaking that cycle of pre-financing to offer an alternative solution so that there's not that reliance on those trading relationships? Thank you.
Excellent points. Jide, and then I see Veronica's online. Any other show of hands? Okay.
No, thanks, Fatma and the panelists for the reflections. So as we think about some of our programmatic opportunities, I was wondering whether we shouldn't harness some of the milestones that we've been discussing over the last couple of days and see how that can be translated into advocacy and communications. Because that is an immediate win. If we say that we have the knowledge, we have some level of conceptual clarity, some level of partnerships are emerging, to what extent can we translate existing data into some form of advocacy that would be anchored on a consistent communication strategy? That is something that we can do immediately, right? And I think UNDP is really within, that's within our mandate. And so as we think about some of these pillars that we've articulated, I think one point to make is how we are going to be advocating for the change we are looking to aspire towards. My second point is really about engagement with institutions. I think, again, just to reinforce what I think it was Isiaka who made that point, it cannot be sectoral. And therefore, how do we, as UNDP, working together with other partners, facilitate an integrated or systems approach at the national and subnational level? I think that is really going to be important. So if we're talking about minerals, how can we talk about minerals and link that with water, with jobs, with youth, with women? And I think that is something that will be very particular in terms of our work as a development entity. So facilitating that systems approach to doing development is going to be important. I think that is something we had discussed with Lovita earlier. My last point is a bit sensitive. If I were to go to my region in northeastern part of Nigeria and speak to the governor there that you are reinforcing illegal mining, I'm sure I'll be locked up. But if I were to say to him that the amount of money that you are currently generating from mining activities can be doubled if you put in place a number of systems, he would listen. So I think it's going to be very important that as we think about some of these interventions, we are a bit more practical in terms of how we are framing the issue so that we can have the types of partnerships that we need at the subnational level, you know. So I think the question around illicit mining is deeply political and very contentious. But the idea around a value-based conversation is one that could provide a certain degree of consensus. Thank you.
No, thank you so much today. We've got Veronica online and then Mukululi next. Veronica, over to you.
It's been really interesting listening in today. A couple of points I just wanted to raise. One on capital markets. So I heard the lady speaking about, sorry, I didn't catch her name, but about the need for an African-led ratings agency. And just to share that this has happened before. So it actually was just, I mean, there's one that's been around for a while, for the last, I'd say, maybe 8 years. Doing good work across the continent. However, they got bought out by Moody's, and they were ex-Moody's who got fed up that there wasn't sufficient sort of looking at Africa in a good way. So they ended up setting up their own, and then Moody's bought them. So it's around how can we learn from what they've done so that we can make sure that our new credits agency is robust enough to withstand any kind of buyout, etc. So that's point number one. I'm happy to share information if needed. On the sovereign wealth funds point, I really like that. I think it is incumbent on all of us to ensure that the sovereign wealth funds that already exist are actually doing the job that they're intended to do. And I see a lot of disparity against the way that some sovereign wealth funds are working and others are not. I think earlier on I heard mention about ESG and the fact that, you know, the frameworks are haven't necessarily been drafted in Africa, and you know there's a lot of dictating from EU around that. I've been privy to a number of meetings in Brussels around ESG frameworks and the fact that they can't do work in Africa because, you know, Africa doesn't adhere to their ESG framework. And then I presented the opposition, which is, well, China doesn't have a checklist, an ESG checklist. They go in, they do work. However they do it, but they do it, and they don't have this kind of checklist. And I think it's really important for us to figure out how we want to see the investment into the E, the S, the G. Maybe we don't call it ESG, but we talk about, you know, the money that we take from the mining side to build infrastructure, to build the skills. What's the oversight there? Because as I say, it's disparate across the continent. Some do the work, others don't. But our sovereign wealth funds, really the core function of them should be to reinvest back into the country. So I wonder whether there's an umbrella organization that sits above all of those sovereign wealth funds. I know a few exist, but I don't know that they're all coordinated. It's a role I think that we should insist on because I think that's really vital for Africa's success. Yeah, that's it really. Those are the 2 points I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veronica. Excellent points. Mukululi, and then I see Levita after.
So on issues ASM, just to let the group know that we are in the process of finalizing the continental strategy on ASM. So, yeah, Nigeria itself is very interested in the finalized document because they have made seminal technical inputs into it. So on issues ASM...
Sorry, what's ASM again?
Artisanal and small-scale mining.
Okay, thank you. Can we not use acronyms, please?
We do that.
So that is that on artisanal and small-scale mining. Now, on credit rating agencies, the reason why we are, for the lack of a better term, in full support of the credit rating agency is there's this business of us always being us as a continent, being in the limelight to be seen to do wrong things. S&P, Moody's, and Fitch oversaw the global financial meltdown in 2008 intentionally. It wasn't a mistake. It was not. They intentionally oversaw it. They just didn't think it would be as big as it was, but because not one of them was willing to call out not only each other, but the banks themselves. And yet we still find ourselves looking to, for the lack of a better term, adhere to the standards that, as a moral authority, I'm not saying anything against them per se, but the reason we support the credit rating agency that APRIM is pulling off is no one should question it. As Max said earlier, the agency of Africa in pulling off a credit rating agency should not be put under a scrutiny of we are marking our own homework. If anything, the three of them should look to say, listen, we have made mistakes, and let's see how you're going to do things differently. If you're going to do things the same way that we've done them, that's fair and fine. We'll find a way to align ourselves, but not for us to say we need their, I won't even call it buy-in, their tick to say we are doing things correctly. So Viva, the credit rating agency. And then on issues of sovereign wealth funds, my little engagement with two sovereign wealth fund players from a position of learning is I learned that they're actually learning from each other. They are talking to each other behind closed doors when necessary. And for me, I'm actually very happy that is the case because once again, there is no formula to setting up a sovereign wealth fund, right? And I feel the way some of the African sovereign wealth funds are going, especially in terms of peer learning amongst themselves, is a way that we also have to be very willing to one day be pleasantly surprised that they've actually grown and have decided how to invest in mineral value chains, whether they actually invest in mineral value chains or in funds that actually support mineral value chains. So that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Last reflections from Levita?
No, I just very quickly, just 2 points, and I think one of them, Jide, you raised, but I was just reflecting aloud on this issue of governance, because the more I'm thinking of all the issues we've been discussing, whether it's financing, whether it's systems and structures, whether it's data, whether it's innovation and technology, whether it's inconsistency in policy, these are all governance issues, right? But they also, whether it's skills development as well, I mean, the list just goes on. And we also have, on the other side, the whole issue of political commitment, which the director brought up many times. And I'm just thinking to myself, as we move into the design of our offer, how do we anchor governance as both a standalone as well as a core anchor across, the different programmatic response and offer? Is something for food for thought more than, or something that would make sense, but it's just throwing it at the table, and probably this is more to us, UNDP, to reflect on. Just a second thing on accountability, it came across various discussion, and from a country perspective, we look at supporting accountability from different parts. One of them, for instance, is our engagement with the Parliament to strengthen their oversight function, working with Supreme Court, Supreme Audit Institution, etc. But from a regional accountability point of view, that's a different element altogether. But it needs to also be in sync. So I guess here comes the conversation on roles and responsibility, on who influence what. And this is why I guess it's great to have partners who have different influence around the table and other partners who probably are not here, who we need to not just understand the level of influence they have at different spectrums of accountability, but then how does that come out to become just one accountability framework at the end of the day? Because we are talking about a continental agenda. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. So we can go back to our speakers just for some quick reactions before we wrap up. Karaba, there's a lot of questions around the credit rating agency and the work that they're doing. I know you don't have all the answers, but I'm sure also our colleagues from UNDP can also shed some more light on the work that is being done. A few suggestions as well made around quick wins, around our advocacy, the conceptual clarity that we have, and how we can also engage within the system. I think Isiaka spoke about this as well, from a systems approach. So I think we'll take note of these as well. Being cautionary around the sensitivities around the illicit mining and understanding the political economy around it, and also understanding some of those financial incentives. So as we work on it and ensuring that we do no harm, but also being very cognizant of the existing structures that exist. And then perhaps also, Kosi, you might want to also address some of those questions around the role of sovereign wealth funds. There's a lot of discussions around these funds learning from one another. How can we also learn from one another to be able to advocate what we hear? And then finally, governance is at the heart of what we're doing, and I think it's featured on Pillar 2, but as you said, this could come out much more strongly across all the pillars. So perhaps, Karaba, you want to start, and then we can move to the next.
Okay. Thank you so much. Chris, I missed your question on issues of trust in terms of...
It's the same as what was then responded to around one of the debates, the ongoing debates around the African credit ratings agency have been, from the international financial architecture point of view, that level of trust of, is it where you have the other ratings agencies who, yes, they've made missteps, but the finance community do place a trust in them. And so is there an ability, and that's all they are essentially, is a third party that is that
Now I understand Mku's intervention as well. And I completely agree with Mkululi. This is an African institution, and I think, was it Victoria Online? Veronica Online also spoke about the fact that Africa has tried to develop such credit rating agencies. But I think the uniqueness about this one is that it has the backing of member states. It's an African Union initiative. So, like Mkululi spoke, trust is built over time, and I think it's up to African countries to support it and to build it. So I would urge the UNDP to support these credit rating efforts by working at the local level. One thing we found, which also aligns with improvement of also mining data and instruments, is that also in terms of, ministries of finance and corporates and countries in Africa, is that they are first not even aware of which measures are required or are looked at when they are being assessed for credit ratings. And so their reporting is already lacking. So UNDP can actually facilitate in supporting ministries and public servants in the economic sector, as well as banks and companies and countries, to capacitate them. This is where the issue of skills and capacitation comes in. Again, the issue of trust is that if all African countries back these institutions, and these institutions continually provide evidence-based risk profiling, then it's for Africa to invest in Africa. Eventually, like Mkululi said, the big three will catch on and the world will catch on. And like I said, it will be Africa setting its terms. But I do agree with you in that it's going to take some time. And, you know, it's just that we need to see the process through and not allow ourselves to be bought out like some of these. And I just also wanted to perhaps touch on the issue again of illegal mining, and which of course feeds into illicit financial flows. So in the Africa Governance Report 2023, we noted in case studies from Lesotho, Sierra Leone, Chad, and Guinea, Comoros, Sudan, that in fact it is the lack of governance of natural resources that often will maintain armed groups along strategic routes. And so they often have I think what you were talking about, trading, they are the ones that are receiving the revenue that a country could have received if it had proper infrastructure and proper governance frameworks. So where we can start as UNDP and partners is supporting the governance infrastructure in a country, even before the next round of elections, ensuring that all stakeholder groupings in a country are aware of how they can influence and become transparent, because then it doesn't escalate to, you know, unconstitutional changes of government. And then again, moving from unconstitutional changes of government is that we have also spoken about this large demographic dividend of youth. In the Asia 2025 on natural resource governance, we speak of perhaps Africa looking at having a critical skills passport. This may align with the AFCFTA as well. This means that if we have an agreed set of standards and skills, firstly in countries, between countries, and then regionally, this allows for free movement of people. This allows for sharing of skills without brain drain in countries. It allows for countries to share best practices, but also it improves that skills capacitation. And so in 2027, the Africa Governance Report will be looking at youth and governance, where we will interrogate the issue of human capital development requirements that are required to harness the youth dividend. We want to see young people as agents of transformation as opposed to subjects of their own realities. And I know I should perhaps stop here, but another thing I wanted to speak about was that another thing we can do is to institute mandatory disclosure and public reporting by SOEs and public institutions. But again, it's all in the AGR 2025. So.
Thank you so much. And I think we all have the QR code, so homework to read this and see how it integrates into existing programs that we're developing. So I don't want to keep people from finishing early and specifically on time. So we have 2 minutes left, so maybe 1 minute each. Any final reflections? Isiaka, then Kosi.
I don't know if there is a specific question, but maybe what I would like also to highlight is to say, if really we want to push the inclusivity in this process, we have to reflect how the small scale mining be at the central of this strategy. And what we observe is this part of this sector struggles to find investment because of the lack of data, geological, and the cadastre. So it's an English cadastre. Eh? The cadastre also for this. So I think it will be good that also in terms of data, how we can focus on the data on the small scale means where national operators are really active in that. So if you want really to push inclusivity. So it's what just I would like to highlight also. Thank you.
Thank you. The question about how to learn from each other in terms of what we're doing. I think I will go back to the analogy of music that we had yesterday, and looking from the relationship between a composer and a conductor, which is one of interpretation, trust, and collaboration to come up with a good music. So for me, that's how I look at how we can collaborate. And also, I want to just put it out there in terms of a critical area we need to look into. And for me, there are 2 points. Looking into, for instance, establishing African mining industrialization asset cloud platform. I keep coming back to that because that's where we can make a big change in the way we do business. And so that we can be able to have a deployable multi-country portfolio of bankable projects in the mineral sector to have an industrialization asset. A second is also a proposal looking at an institutional investor public partnership that to look into a large pipeline of aggregation, asset allocations with a mandate, and also link to that a cost of a reduction in terms of capital cost of reduction. That will make a big change. So if you have a conductor, we have a maestro, we have a composer, we will be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for our excellent panelists. So if we could just take 10 minutes for a very quick health break so that we return here at 20 to 4. And so then we'll hand over to Jacqueline, who'll take us through to the next steps. And then Jide and Max will close with reflections on our next steps. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon. Everybody's listening. Can I ask everyone to settle down so that we can start the final session of the day? Thank you, colleagues. Jackie, are we almost ready? I don't know where Jida is. Okay. Looks like people want to stay here a little bit longer.
You know what's missing here is some good music.
Okay, colleagues who are outside, we are patiently waiting for you. Okay, so I've been given the go-ahead. So we will start the next session. So thank you. Jackie, over to you.
Great. Thank you very much, colleagues. So over the past 2 days, the discussion has been deep and it's been varied and it's been very substantive. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint those who are expecting a long list of activities in this final session. It'll be a little bit more about identifying the points of departure for the roadmap and really looking at where we begin, what we build on, and what must happen next. Director Boto urged us to use what we already have. In that spirit, our roadmap should perhaps begin with a simple discipline. Let's start from where we are. This means taking stock of the solid ground already beneath us, so the existing continental strategies and frameworks, the country-level demand and momentum, partners and institutions already active in this space, emerging knowledge products, available resources, capabilities and platforms, and the gaps that must now be closed. In terms of immediate next steps, the immediate first step is to finalize this programmatic offer and develop the program implementation plan. There's a compendium of policy briefs that are currently being finalized that'll form part of the early knowledge base. In June, engagement at the DRC Mining Week in collaboration with Chatham House will also provide an early an important platform. This offer will then be presented through a high-level consultation involving the African Union, UNDP, and other key partners, and the proposed implementation horizon for this program is approximately 18 months. Over that period, the program will create and compile the intelligence needed to guide that implementation. So, building on our initial series of briefs and the strong existing work by UNECA and others, we will be developing our own series of knowledge products. The programmatic outcome, as presented by Fatma in the previous session, is one where we see Africa's critical mineral endowment translated at scale into coherent regional implementation and integration, value addition and AFCFTA-anchored value chains, trust building, bankable pipelines, and the fiscal and development transformation envisioned by Agenda 2063 and its second 10-year implementation plan in alignment with the SDGs of Agenda 2030. In practical terms, this means two things. First, identifying the gaps so we can close them, and second, bless you, identifying the strengths so that we can leverage them through a systems approach. Our initial series of quick wins are all centered on mapping, but we cannot build a skyscraper on quicksand, so mapping is really how we establish the foundation for strategic action. Indicatively, this means mapping, firstly, what we have, looking at the geological assets and reserve classifications by countries and by corridors, looking at the continental, regional, and national frameworks. We've discussed a lot of those and the gaps amongst those. Looking at the partners and stakeholders across the UN system and beyond, who is doing what, funding what, and planning what. Secondly, mapping where the value goes. Mineral value chains from extraction to end product, where value is added, where it leaks, and where Africa currently sits. Looking at illicit financial flows, revenue leakages, and fiscal regimes. And also in that context, looking at what governments are actually retaining. We've heard some statistics here today that make a very compelling case to look at what those frameworks promise versus what they currently retain. Third, mapping who holds the power, the full stakeholder landscape, who has a seat, who does not, and who should. Looking in that context also at existing and potential partnerships across bilateral, multilateral, private sector, as well as civil society actors. And then also the negotiating landscape, who are Africa's counterparts, where does the leverage sit, and where is bargaining power at its strongest. Our fourth area of mapping is where the opportunities are, looking at priority corridors, including mineral assets, infrastructure, logistics, and value addition potential. Assessing what is investment-ready and near-ready projects that can be shaped into bankable pipelines, and also looking at existing and potential special economic zones, industrial clusters, and processing hubs. Our fifth area of mapping is who carries the burden and who captures the benefit. In this regard, looking at jobs, livelihoods, and decent work, where they exist, where they are at risk, and where they can be created. Also assessing the footprint of artisanal and small-scale mining, including communities, working conditions, and formalization potential. Of course, also central here are women and youth, where they participate, where they are excluded, and where targeted action can shift the equation. Finally, at the sixth level of our mapping, we're looking at what we do not yet know, identifying where the data gaps are and where data sovereignty deficits exist. Also identifying skills mismatches. This has come up a lot during the past couple of days between current systems and future industrial needs. And third, their security risks and enabling conditions across priority corridors. A roadmap needs direction, and over the past 2 days, several North Stars have emerged. First of these, I would say, is critical for Africa, defined by Africa. The program should not simply accept external definitions of what is critical. That was clear. It must keep asking critical for whom and to what end. Africa's priorities must shape how minerals, value chains, partnerships, and investments are assessed and used. Our second North Star that emerged is wealth below and prosperity above. The measure of success is not the volume of minerals extracted or the number of frameworks produced. We were clear on that. It is whether the underground wealth becomes visible prosperity above the ground, jobs, energy access, strong institutions, industrial capability, and real sustained gains for women, youth, and communities. Our third North Star, connective by construction. This gap is not mainly about Africa's ambition. We know there's no lack of that. It's about the connective tissue between ambition and delivery. The program must connect continental agreement to national implementation, sectoral priorities to integrated development outcomes, and available finance to bankable projects. Our fourth North Star is collective sovereignties. We spoke about this word sovereignty came up in many contexts. And really what the core of that is that no entity or country negotiates better alone than it can collectively. This program must design against fragmentation and help strengthen a more unified African voice across institutions, ministries, member states, and continental bodies. And perhaps a fifth North Star is implementation as the strategy. We know we do not lack the vision. We know that challenge is disciplined, sequenced, and accountable translation into action. So this program must therefore be measured by what it moves in practice, those bankable projects, the stronger negotiating capability, functioning coordination mechanisms, and communities that can truly point to something that has changed in their lives. Finally, as another North Star, perhaps we can adopt a mindset of embracing the paradox. This area delivers a host of paradoxes. We spoke at length about the multitude of strategies, but lack of implementation, wealth that somehow creates fragmentation and discontent instead of prosperity and development. In science, a paradox is not something to be explained away. It's a signal that something important is hidden just beneath the surface. And perhaps that is the spirit that we need to bring to ours. And so in closing, I'd like us to contemplate a couple of paradoxes that we can use to build and implement our program. The first is the timing paradox, which I think is quite profound. We spoke about this open window. The window is open now, but we know that it is closing. The world needs African minerals now. These minerals give us the leverage that our continent perhaps has not historically possessed. But exercising that leverage requires institutions, data systems, negotiating capacity, and financing architecture that takes years to build. The paradox is that this moment of maximum opportunity arrives precisely when history has produced infrastructures, ecosystems, and perhaps most importantly, mindsets designed for the continent's value to be taken away from it. How do we navigate that? Our second paradox is the governance paradox. Good governance is the precondition for attaining value, attracting the right investment, negotiating in the public interest, and discussing benefits fairly. And yet the political conditions that produce weak governance are perhaps themselves sustained in parts by the mineral economy. Where revenues are opaque, elites capture them. Where the data is murky, companies exploit this. Where institutions are fragile, concessions are extracted. The paradox is that the minerals that can build the institutions that govern them well can also corrode the institutions that should. A third paradox is the voice paradox. Our continent has many voices. Member states, the African Union, regional economic communities, continental institutions, national ministries, development partners, and private actors. Yet somehow these many voices do not automatically produce a collective voice. And the challenge, as we have spoken about, is how to turn that institutional multiplicity into bargaining power so that countries are not negotiating alone or against each other when their leverage would be so much stronger together. A fourth paradox is the transition paradox. The global clean energy transition depends on minerals found in African countries and communities. Yet we know the extraction of those minerals is quite rarely clean, just, or developmental for the people closest to the resource. Africa is being asked to help power a more sustainable world. The program must help ensure that Africa's own participation in that transition is also sustainable, fair, and development-led. Lastly is what I'll call the horizon paradox, and I'll close on that. And that is really that we are being asked to be both visionary and pragmatic. We need a vision bold enough to change the terms of Africa's engagement with the world, but we also need a program practical enough to work with the constraints that exist now. This vision is only credible if it is grounded in practical action, and the practical action is only worthwhile if it remains oriented towards the larger transformation. And I think that is what a roadmap should do. It should hold both the ambition and the constraints together, and then set clear commitments that allow us to build towards where we need to go, starting from where we are. I'd invite you to contemplate those paradoxes as we begin to build and implement this program. And with that, I'll hand back over to Jide and Maxwell to close our session for the day. Thank you.
No, first to thank everybody. I think we all deserve a round of applause. To, in particular, thank our leadership in South Africa, Max and his exceptional team. We started the planning for this event, I think, maybe 4 weeks ago. And your team came through for us. So thank you so much for your incredible commitment as well. You've been here for the last 2 days consistently. We know that you have several other things you could be doing as the representative of UNDP in South Africa, but also as the director of the Finance Hub, but you've chosen to be with us, and we don't take that for granted. Colleagues, as I listened to Jacqueline speak, I couldn't help but ask myself some really troubling questions. We've been talking about fragmentation, but maybe some others are seeing what we're discussing in terms of opportunities. We've been talking about lack of coordination, but maybe coordination already exists. And we've been talking about financing, but maybe people have money that they are actually utilizing to profit from what others are not profiting from. So essentially, there's a system of production that persists today that needs to be reversed if prosperity must happen. But I don't know to what extent that system is so stubborn, and to what extent, as a development entity, we are able to assert ourselves in resolving this system of production that allows for a particular type of political economy to persist. And I think it's a question that I live with that I don't have any answer to. But I also think that there is one area that we need to be, we need to have a shared understanding. And that is the question that I think Max raised at the beginning of our conversation, which is, how do we restore sovereignty? We can restore sovereignty if we are able to build a value chain and a supply chain that works for Africa and that works for Africans. That requires a lot of interventions beyond all of us in this room. Are the government ready? Are regional institutions ready? Are the private sector, broadly defined, are they ready? Even our youth that are living in some of these communities, mining communities, are they ready? I think we always make assumptions that, well, everybody wants prosperity. Maybe some people actually already have prosperity from this very deficient system that we have, right? So as we think about building, let's not forget about some of the constraints that we face. What can we do from our side? And here is our promise to you. First, we are going to put everything that we've discussed in the form of a systematic report that works for everybody. And we hope that from what Jacqueline has said, there could be 1 or 2 entry points for the type of change that we are aspiring to. We do not in any way bring to this table any sort of arrogance that we are looking to solve a problem that is so systemic. But we can contribute to solving that problem. So that's the first thing we are going to do. The second thing that we want to do is that we want to transform everything that we've spoken about here into a program that can be delivered within the next 18 to 24 months. Again, this is not going to be the silver bullet, but we hope that that will be the beginning of something bigger. And so we'll be working under Mark's leadership to establish a project initiation plan for the next 18 to 24 months that we are going to certainly be implementing beginning from next month. And lastly, I think our partnerships is one that we do not take for granted. The African Union Commission, I always say they do have a lot of political legitimacy. Muku, thanks for your exceptional and personal commitment to this initiative. You've been, you've been very consistent from the start, despite the frustration from your office, and please do convey that message.
That's a very career-limiting message to deliver.
ECA has been also very exceptional. Marit, I know you have the institutional memory. Sometimes you get very frustrated by the system. But without you, I think we can argue that ECA is not on the table with it in this partnership. So thank you very much. All our country offices that are here, we do appreciate the inputs that you've made. We have Auda Nepad. We reached out to Kosi last minute, and we're very surprised. I was personally surprised that we had a representative, but thank you. This is the beginning of a more consistent collaboration with you. And APRM, my sister, I want to say to you that as long as we continue to borrow money from outside of the continent, we will continue to be tied to the standards of those major credit ratings agencies. So while I agree with you that we need our own credit ratings agency as a check and balance, we should not think of the credit rating agency from Africa as a substitute for the global credit ratings agencies. I think that is really an important point to make. But overall, just to say thank you so much. We've learned, and it's time to deliver. You can be rest assured that that delivery will be done jointly with you under the leadership of the Africa Finance Sector Hub. Back to you, Max.
Colleagues, you know, we've spent the last 2 days, and Jide, I hope you and I stayed true to what we said we would do, that we would listen. It's hard, especially when you have opinions. It's hard to just sit and listen, but it's very productive, because what has happened here is it was great to bring a group of highly talented, highly skilled, highly committed people who are at the forefront of Africa's development and global development, and sharing ideas the way you have done. So thank you to each and every one of you. This is very, very important to us. If the conversation that we had in the last 2 days has landed to you as a conversation about mining, you are missing a trick. This is a conversation about Africa's future. This is a conversation about my granddaughter, remember Makanaka, Camilla. It's a conversation about her future. Mining is just a tool that we're going to use. And the conversations we have here, if you must take one thing, this is another opportunity that we have to change the prospects for this continent. And that's how we must look at it, not as a critical minerals thing, but as one of those potent tools that we've got. And in UNDP, the way we have seen UNDP being most effective is when we're doing three things, sometimes in parallel, but also iteratively. And this is something that we need to take up, Jide, picking up from where you have left. The first thing is that the world and Africa is yearning for thought leadership. And I've listened to a lot of you guys, and you have brilliant ideas about how we can change the prospects for this continent. Share them. Don't assume that the people sitting in the offices where we sit or other people sit always have an answer to some of these things. We don't. So develop ideas, share ideas, implement those ideas. Thought leadership is still very important. And out of this meeting, Jide, if we could share a few pieces about what we have been discussing and where we are proposing, and let's be bold. Let's give an opinion, not a literature review, an opinion, because we think we've got some of the answers here. So that's the first thing, thought leadership. But also, what I've noticed across the continent is a lack of confidence. Sometimes we have the ideas as Africans, and sometimes we have the ideas as people who are working on the continent. We just don't have the confidence to do it. And that includes individuals and countries and leaders. So UNDP has an important role in showing that the ideas that we have as thought leaders have a grounding in reality. We can demonstrate things. We can show that this is the way to move forward. So Jide, out of this, with the whole team, we ought to develop a program that will show that this is doable. And we ought to pick on the various strands that have been discussed here, including the issues of credit rating that were somewhat tangential to what we're talking about here, but are nonetheless very relevant to the issue of capital mobilization and things. I think we ought to show that this can happen. But thought leadership and demonstrations alone are not enough to change a society, to transform economies. What you do need is scale. And scale can only be acquired if we work in partnership. Because I bring something, you bring something different that I don't have. And you can reach 5 more people than I can reach. Think of that as institutions. Together, we are much stronger. This is why we wanted each and every one of you here to come and share those ideas. It doesn't matter to us where you're coming from or what you represent here. Just come into the tent and let's change Africa, and let's change it together. So thank you very much to each and every one of you. Noktula, thank you, and Fatma, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't know how many of your emails, guys, I did not respond to. It was not out of malice, but I knew you had it in hand. So thank you for doing this, and for everybody else who has also made time to be here, including our resident representative for one of Africa's mining giants, Botswana. It's very good to have you around here, and I hope that we can take this and build a much stronger and robust program for UNDP. So thank you for being here. And colleagues, I hadn't met many of you, but now I know I have a friend in the DRC now who I can call upon, and I have a champion there who is working in Zambia, Mindtech, Timbuktu, all those. I loved it to hear from you guys, Uganda, everywhere. I hope that we can keep this camaraderie and build this and have fun while doing it. Travel well. Now we can go.
Everyone is sitting and waiting for something.